Hello and welcome back to the Beyond Festival, the second day of the Future Design Symposium. Today we will talk in the first panel about designing from emerging futures, and on the second panel at 1 p.m. The Green New Deals. And as you see behind me, there was yesterday a little bit of confusion because we are one festival, but we have two websites, the www.beyondfestival.com and the www.beyond-filmfestival.com, but it's of course one festival, and the live stream, when we stop here at the symposium at 5 o'clock, the live stream from the film festival will start. And you see behind me, tonight we will have a salsa band, Sal, and they combine Latin American music with political activism. So we start today with our first keynote speaker. Živka Ovčarova is the head of the Institute for Information Management in Engineering at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, KIT, and director for Process and Data Management in Engineering in the field of Intelligent Systems and Production Engineering at the Research Center for Computer Science, FZI, in Karlsruhe. Professor Ovčarova is founder of the Lifecycle Engineering Solutions Center, LESC, where new ideas in virtual worlds can be implemented quickly and underpinned by far-reaching publicity measures, as well as an Industry 4.0 collaboration lab, an open platform for action on digitization, education, and qualification as one of the 100 excellent places for Industry 4.0s in Baden-Württemberg. Her recent project is called KITE, Center of Artificial Intelligent Talents. The professor with a double doctoral degree in mechanical engineering and computer science is one of the 25 women for the digital future in Germany and a winner of the first Inspiring 50 Dutch Awards 2019. Živka Ovčarova is a regular keynote speaker, a member of the Senate of Economy Europe and various committees for digitization and AI of the AI42 Market Intelligence Ltd. And her talk will be about augmented intelligence for expanding model reality. Živka, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a very long introduction. Dear Beyond community, good morning. Designing from emerging futures is strongly related to the human ability to model reality. And this is my statement, so let's start with the topic of AI, and AI stands for augmented intelligence for expanding model reality. We will deal with three questions today. Why do we talk about augmented intelligence? What is augmented intelligence, and how to apply it to the reality? First of all, looking on the difference between augmented and artificial intelligence, we have to search for the fundamentals and get to the point. Artificial intelligence is intelligence of computers, on computer systems. This intelligence is created to optimize the work of computers. And augmented intelligence in the intelligence which enhance human thinking by algorithms autonomously running. That means finally we are searching for a way to include the human in the loop of optimizing computer systems. This is the final destination. Therefore, we talk today about more augmented intelligence than just artificial intelligence. Why this is so important, and which is my main motivation to talk more about augmented reality and intelligence today than just about artificial realities and intelligence. Looking into history, and for the very long time, from the beginning of humanity until 2000 before Christ, the human was just observing the nature. And the human brain was pushed by building and using handmade tools without to change the environment. For the next period in the development from 2000 before Christ until mid of 20th century, a new development was done by the human. This was the start of developing science and pushing engineering. That means the human brain was pushed strongly by mathematics, physics, involving this theory into science and engineering. Then this is the time of using modeling, models for knowledge and behavior of reality. And the human is interacting with the reality as well as with the models. So that means this is the very, very essential model-based period which brought us to the idea to computerize these models. And this is the next period in the human history, the digital period, when the human brain is again pushed this time through digital computers and algorithms. And the picture is expanding. That means the human deals not only with physical reality and with models, but he is digitalized the reality and digitalizing the models, and is in strong interaction with physical models and with digital models. The consequences of this development up to date, currently, is that the human brain is very much pushed by this interaction, which is continuous. Then we have two very important changes, which will cost a lot of changes also in the future of the human behavior. This is the interaction in the digital reality and digital intelligence, and the human-machine interaction, the interaction of the human with this digital intelligence and artificial intelligence. And this is exactly what led us to the idea to talk that the augmented intelligence is a continuous development of the artificial intelligence, or I can express it more simple, to put the artificial intelligence to serve humans in their daily life. What is exactly augmented intelligence? We use many terms, and these terms sometimes bring us to the understanding that probably we are talking about machines against humans, or humans, but not ends. So that means we stress too much on the machine intelligence, too much on the way how a machine works autonomously. But we have to find a way to include the human into interaction with this intelligence. Therefore, the question is not machine or humans. The question is how to bring the both together. But it's not really easy task. Even such very intelligent humans which created new economy out of the digitalization, like Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba, and Elon Musk, discussed about the role of artificial intelligence, and they have the opposite expectations. The more optimistic view of Jack Ma is that artificial intelligence is not dangerous for the human and will support humans. But Elon Musk do not agree with this statement. Anyhow, independent how different these opinions are of both, they agree that 99% of the forecasts concerning artificial intelligence currently are wrong. That means we have to deal really in depth with these terms and the background. Well, what we can do, the most appropriate way is really to shape the future when we know the history. Looking in the history, beginning which started more than 60 years ago, three important scientists brought the fundamentals of computer intelligence. This is the John von Neumann with the computer architecture, Alan Turing with creating the first intelligent algorithms, and John McCarthy programming these algorithms and introducing the term artificial intelligence. But why this term is so interesting and sometimes also confusing? At the first, this term was called complex automate theory. So it was very clear that the scientists were searching for a way to optimize algorithms running on computers. So, and because this was nobody was interested in this theory, then they call it this theory artificial intelligence. It became popular sensation, but also caused too much confusion also currently. That the first idea of three genius scientists were to interplay computers, algorithms, and programs. Also, the theory of Norbert Wiener brought to the idea to involve more humans in the interaction of machine. That means the question is not machines or humans, the question is machines with humans. And he established the theory of cybernetics. That means, looking into history, there is no doubt that scientists were looking for supporting humans in their activities and not be against pushing machines against humans. This is the right interpretation of the right position. And the human and machines, they interact bidirectionally at any time. Because at that time, it was clear that machines will not have the opportunity to tell us what we want. They do what we want, we expect from them. And this is exactly the main idea behind the augmented intelligence, to put machines serving humans. Because the humans are the more creative, and not the more, but they are the creative part of this system. And looking on the strong involvement of humans in the computer environment, we are talking about human-centered decision-making process. Then in this way, humans capture and shape model realities, realities where we work, realities where we live. These realities are not physical realities. They are generated digitally, but these are realities built in a logical way. And the reality expands. Our understanding for reality expands. Bridging virtual reality with physical reality, we learn more about what we don't see and don't touch. That means our expectation from the reality itself is expanding, and the borders between space and time disappear. And this is the genius development in is based on the human intelligence and supported by the computer intelligence. Because the augmented intelligence now is on the rise, then this expanding reality we can describe in a logical way, using the laws, the physical laws, using mathematics. But this reality is intuitively experienced by the humans. This is exactly the reality where we want to live and to work in the future. Because as humans, we are multilateral and we are individual, and humans perceive the reality with all senses. And these senses are involved in not perceiving just the physical reality, but also the expanding reality. And in addition to them, we are some way polymorph. That means we are in different roles, and we take different identities in our life. This makes the whole picture very complex. But again, this is a situation which not can be controlled completely by computers. Therefore, this is again main statement on to design for emerging futures. We have to take into consideration the human ability to model reality with all different roles in identity human has in his life. How to create this reality or intelligence for augmented world? So looking on the waves of the artificial intelligence as is known from the literature, the current focus after interplaying computers, algorithms, and programs at the beginning, the current focus lies on the robotics, pattern recognition, on expert systems. That means the so-called artificial intelligence is moving more and more close to the human way of thinking to solve specific problems out of the reality. But we have a large number of limits and problems and questions. How to use artificial intelligence in real world? I call this augmented intelligence because we are going to answer questions related to the roles of the humans. because the majority of machine learning methods, I'm talking about artificial intelligence, are tailored just for mining internet data. And they cannot be transferred to real-world systems, physical systems like cyber-physical systems. And the three essential limits are that we look in the future for networking structure, for systems behind the problems we solve. That we need the management, the analysis of streaming data from different types also out of the reality, from sensors, for example, for supporting engineering. That we need real-time decision-making and control, and not waiting for the results of the artificial intelligence algorithms. Then the solution for augmented intelligence is to connect systems in the real world, to have performance, which guarantee us to use algorithms with limited training data. Talking about augmented intelligence, we're talking about human-machine intelligence. And we talk about the transition from robotics, expert system, and pattern recognition to augmented intelligence when the role of the human is explicitly defined. And this augmented intelligence, the age of augmented intelligence starts. Then we need to think in the sense of interaction of people, machines, and algorithms. Then the machines and the networks are in the background, and the human concentrate on the creative process, on the way creating models more precisely and more creatively. Talking about systems of systems, to solve to create the basis of a solution of augmented intelligence means that a system has a duration of life for a given time. Then we will talk about generation of systems, and these systems are the interplay of humans with machines and with artificial intelligence, with methods of the artificial intelligence, creating in this way the whole scope of augmented intelligence. Then we will have an interconnection, interplay of systems, and this is the main consideration concerning the management of intelligence algorithms, not just standalone or for isolated applications, but we have to have to create the sound concept of a system behind. And the artificial reality we create through using models like virtual reality or augmented reality or mixed reality. And the augmented intelligence, they come together and they enter in our life. For this reason, we need open action platforms, not only hardware and not only software platforms, but communication platforms like this, the large platform of Beyond, to involve more people into this process of interacting and to put more creativity, because designing from emerging future needs the human in center of consideration. Well, this was a short talk about augmented intelligence. The future is now, and we start to work, we invite you to work with us. Representing my institute and my community, I would like to share with you our results in using intelligent methods and algorithms to enhance human intelligence. We call it augmented intelligence, and we can demonstrate this with many solutions developed in the Institute in the area of autonomous driving, smart cities, smart factory, digital twins, and smart health. I miss my environment, the people sitting in front of me, but I am absolutely convinced that you will enjoy this talk, and this talk will bring many questions for which probably we don't have all answers. But I invite you to think together, to work with this, and wish you an excellent day with Beyond. Thank you very much.
Will you show the examples?
I finish it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I will take it Thank you, Shivka. You know that our tribe is now quite isolated. We are in confinement here in the studio, but in the last day, they reached us a lot of greetings from members of the tribe of around the world, and I will want to show you a couple of those videos. One is of one of our oldest friends from China, who was at Beyond Festival from the very beginning, and I hope we get some sound.
Beyond family Yulu, and just want to say hi in Shanghai to all of you sweeties. And unfortunately, this year we cannot make Beyond happen physically, and we cannot meet each other. But yeah, we can meet each other online and share our ideas continually. It is certainly. And thanks for lovely Ludga and his team to make this happen. And I'm really looking forward to share ideas and meet you guys online this year. So wear your mask is not for any interruption, but make a non-suspended continuity Beyond reunion happen. And thanks again to my best friends, my best Beyond family, and hope everything goes well this year. Cheers.
So I think this was a beautiful start with Hi aus Shanghai. I like that. Another greeting comes from Cuba.
Hello, I'm from Cuba, but actually I was born in Berlin, so I can say that ich bin ein echter Berliner. My name is Nelson Ramirez de Arellano, and I'm half of an artist called Lumila Nelson, and I'm also the director of the Contemporary Art Center Wilfredo Lam and the Havana Biennale. The Havana Biennale is the biggest event of visual art in Cuba and has been internationally recognized because it paid attention to the work of artists from the third world countries when nobody did. I'm happy to send my best greetings to Beyond Festival as an artist because my work pays a lot of attention to the relationship between past, present and future, and in the name of the Havana Biennale because we share the same concerns about the future of humanity. Actually, this is something nobody knows yet. The theme of the next Havana Biennale will be the relationship between future and contemporaneity in the visual arts. And what can I say? I'm looking forward to see you at Beyond Festival. Thank you.
Well, I'm really jealous about the sea behind him. We have just a studio behind us. And after Hi aus Shanghai, we get a hi from Beijing, from Charles Wang from the Beijing Film Academy.
Hey everyone, I'm Charles Wang from Beijing Film Academy. I'm very glad to hear that Beyond Festival will be held under the current circumstance. So congratulations to Beyond 2020. I've been working on the artwork of advanced imaging and visual entertainment. Now I'm particularly working on immersive interactive platform. So if anybody is interested, we can work together to prove that this COVID-19 can't separate us, but only unite us more tightly. So look forward to seeing you guys online or in person soon. Thank you.
Well, one thing we tried this year is to use an artificial intelligence to make live translation. It was developed at KIT, where Shivka comes from. It's called a lecture translator, and we implemented it into our software. And as an experiment, we tried. We are now able to have, with a little bit of delay, a live translation of this artificial intelligence in English and German and in Turkish, and we are working on to expand that towards Italian, French, Spanish, and Mandarin. So Beyond Festival and Designing from Emerging Futures is experimental. When we try to do something new for the future, we should not be afraid, as a lot of in the scientific community, to make mistakes. Yeah, we have to try. Creativity is try new things, and while you try new things, you always need to make mistakes to understand and develop further. It's really interesting when you apply for scientific research. The administration also wants to know exactly what is coming out of this research, and if we knew that, we don't need to research. If we don't exactly what will be the result, and also if we need to tell somebody who financed the project in front what will be the outcome, then we need to twitch our research towards this goal, and that will kind of not be converging our minds to the new possibilities. I will give you another reading from China to show that even that I'm getting older, still a lot of young people are part of the Beyond family.
Hello everyone, I'm Chen Qiufan, a science fiction writer from China, right now based in Shanghai. I'm the author of Waste Tide, a climate change science fiction novel. So I'm glad to see Beyond Festival can be hosted online during this special pandemic time. So we can all stay together to discuss the possibility of future narratives, also how we can use the storytelling to healing the people after this COVID-19 world. So it's crucial to all of us. Stay tuned, stay safe, and take care.
So I think for the beginning of the invitation of our other friends from around the world, I should give a little bit an idea why the whole thing here is called Future Design, and this session is called Designing from Emerging Future. It started more or less 10 years ago when I was called by a mathematician from KIT, Vincent Evelyn, and he asked me, "Are you this Beyond guy? Do you talk to mathematicians?" And I said, "Well, yes." So we went to a dinner, and he explained me that they do a lot of simulation of climate data, and they create billions of zeros and ones, and even the specialists cannot work with those zeros and ones because they need something to see, to feel where they do research. And he asked me if we could, in this time we worked a lot with stereoscopic 3D, if we could kind of visualize those data in 3D or in virtual reality, that those scientists can move around in the data and then go like, wow, this is why is there a yellow spot? Yeah, and then they can kind of, like when you walk in nature and you see a phenomenon, then you think about how, what is behind this phenomenon. And then we started to work on this project. And after a while, I got really bored, and I said, Vincent, this is really boring. And he was kind of upset, so what the hell? And I said, let's see, if we take the data from today and we compute it into the future, the only outcome could be we ruin our planet 2040, 2050, or 2060, because we have no variables. Yeah, we take the data from today and we calculate it as a prognosis into the future. And I said, well, let's make a deal. You help me to count down desirable improbabilities, and I help you to visualize probabilities. And he was going, oh, this is what when you talk with artists, what is the idea behind? And I said, well, we use the Beyond family to invite people from all over the world, from all different areas, and try to think about what kind of a world we want to have, let's say in 2050. And then we visualize this improbable improbability, this desirable imagination, and then we tell your supercomputers count down. So we have the data set where we want to be, and we have the data set where we are, and then your supercomputers can calculate or compute for a couple of days, and then we see if we change some parameters 2020 and those parameters 2030, we can go in this kind of direction. And of course, we know that it is not working one-to-one, but the idea is that we start a discussion what kind of future we want to have. And this is normally the obligation of politics, but nowadays politics and the market, they are in a daily crisis mode. Then for the next election, for the next crisis, they are staring at the numbers and the stakeholders, and so there's nobody really kind of doing the job of thinking about where do we want to go, which is, I think, the whole questions we ask here is how do we do that? But first we need to know where we want to go, and then to think about how can we do that. So he said, oh, you want to design the future? And I said, hey, you gave me a good title. And since then, our symposium was called Future Design, and therefore also this day, designing from emerging futures. And one of the concepts, this is very clear, we have a really fast-changing world. And in this fast-changing world, when we plan something today, if we plan a startup or if we plant a tree, until it will be grown, the climate will have changed, the world will have changed. So we have to anticipate our imagination of the future, and we can imagine the future, of course, because there are some trends which are running, and they will define some parameters of the future. We never know exactly where and when. Yeah? But we know that there are some trends, like the climate warming, like artificial and augmented intelligence, like the convergence of nanotechnology with biotechnology, with infotechnology. So we see some trends, and then we can start to think when those trends are kind of objective facts, realities of our world. But how can we handle it? What do we want to do with this? And this comes very much back to what Shivka told us, is we need a human-centered approach to our technologies. And human-centered is because we dream, we have dreams, we have imagination, we have desires, and we can innovate and be creative when we liberate our minds. And this brings me to our first speaker, who cannot be here today, and he can also not be live in our conference, so he sent me a video. And this is from he's working with our partner, the Regional Film Foundation, MFG. And this is Professor Dr. Walz, Steffen Walz. He is an explorer by heart and director of innovation at Diconium, a Volkswagen subsidiary. Based in Berlin, he has a background in cultural anthropology and general rhetoric, and has earned a PhD in computer-aided architectural designs from the ETH in Zurich. He is adjunct professor of design innovation at Swinburne University of Technology in Melbourne, Australia, and teaches and coaches at the University of St. Gallen Executive School of Management, Technology and Law in Switzerland. For more than 20 years, Steffen has been exploring the potential of plays, games, and creative technology for ideating, learning, motivating, engaging, inspiring, providing a platform, and for communication causes, as well as to enable self-determination. Steffen has spoken and published widely about his interests and award-winning practices. He is co-editor of the Gameful World, the MIT Press, and had founded and directed the Games and Experimental Entertainment Laboratory for several years. Last but not least, he serves as the curator of BizPlay, an annual creative play congress in Karlsruhe, Germany, now in its 9th year, as well as for the Creatable Conference. And Dangisha, one moment. And his talk will be Creatables, Games, UX and Co. for Sustainability Development Goals.
Hello everyone, this is Steffen P. Walz. Thank you for having me at the Beyond Festival on day 2. It's part of the Designing from Emerging Futures theme. I will talk about Creatables. Creatables are an initiative that aim to address sustainability development goals by way of games, UX, design, and co. I will share my screen to dive into what that can mean and to give you a bit of a glimpse of what we've done, where we come from, and what we have done and what we're planning to do. So creatables are part of my work as an explorer at Deconium. Deconium is a 100% subsidiary of the Volkswagen Group. I'm also professor of design innovation at Swinburne University of Technology in Australia. And what does that mean? Well, when I talk with my daughters about the state of the world, and we talk about the climate crisis and all these issues that are out there, I have been thinking about, particularly as part of the lockdown, what can I do to express this? I'm a designer, I'm a game designer, I'm a UX designer. So I looked at our corridor and I noticed, all right, I want to express the preciousness of the world. And maybe I can do this by showing them how small everything is in the vastness of the universe on the marble that we've got. And so I made this little augmented reality thingy where you walk down a corridor and at scale, you walk to see the moon. And whilst you walk, you also come through these kilometer, miles markers, distance markers, and they play a little sound. So it's a little bit like a playful tool, wanted to make it a little playful for them. And then you see the moon at scale. And you look back and you realize, oh, wow, this is, you know, kind of far away, really, and very small, knowing the Earth. And so they asked, so Dad, what if we wanted to walk to Mars? And I said, well, it would be a few kilometers at this scale. And they're like, all right. So how precious is the world to us? And we need to, the world doesn't need to save us. We need to save ourselves to have a place here on this planet. So this is Moonwalk. This is a creatable, my tiny project, amongst other things that I've done. But in reality, we really need to look at sustainability development goals overall. Here's this list that the United Nations has come up with as part of the Agenda 2030, poverty, zero hunger. I won't run you through all of them, but to me, and this is why I've come up with Moonwalk, and this is really the philosophy of Creatables, is none of these are threats. Yes, they are. But we should look at them as innovation, cross-innovation opportunities for the digital age by way of games, UX, design, and the stuff that I do and the stuff that some of you in the audience are doing. So what does that mean? Well, we've got a range of co-initiators here. Dr. Angela Frank of the Medien- und Filmgesellschaft Baden-Württemberg, a state-run agency that supports media, games, films, etc., film funding. Sven Schmidt, a games industry veteran. Sebastian Stam, a professor of game art and an indie game hero, you could say, of Black Pants Studio, Frieda Preuss and Philip Brickley of the Spiegel Institute. And what we are thinking is, and what we've done, we're bringing together people from different audiences so they can co-create, they can come up with solutions using games and UX and design. We've run a conference on the 17th of June, and here are a few examples that demonstrate what that means, what Creatables can mean. So we had Matthew Manis of Models of Impact. This is a role-playing game where you basically create a new type of business or a new type of idea, but you design into the DNA of the business something that's to do with social or ecological and sustainability. Brilliant idea, please go check it out. He gives away this game for free, or you can donate. Secondly, Causa Creations. This is where games have the theme and the mechanics to motivate you, but they do transport something, right? So Path Art, for example, by Causa Creations, a company based in Karlsruhe and in Vienna, addresses the theme of refugees, but it masquerades, it camouflages it as a Japanese-style anime in the look and feel. They do a lot of these productions, highly recommended. We also have been working as part of Creatables with the outdoor gear maker VD. VD make tents and outdoor clothing, and they're working with mixed reality technology that they had made by Lightshape, Stuttgart-based company, to, at a big expo, show a cow. So they didn't need to bring the cow. because they are coming from the Allgäu, the tip of southern Germany. And they also work with iFixit, who do repair electronics. You can inquire with them, and not just electronics, but also VD's gear, right? So VD basically used Lightshape in order to also show the shredding of plastic bottles that they're using to produce their clothing. And iFixit then also worked with VD to have you, as someone who has purchased stuff of them, let you repair it. So that's not exactly circular economy, but it's nearing in on that. So that's a good example of what creatables can mean. We also inquired with people who attended the conference and asked them, what does that mean to you, creatable, right, in the future? So we come up with the concept, of course, of what's called environment-centered design. Nothing new, right? But we need to move away. We found that, and we get that as feedback from the human-centered design principle to really consider what's the context, how does this have an effect on the environment, on maybe other creatures that are we are co-inhabiting the world with, animals, etc. So that's a central question of digital sustainability. How can you participate? Well, I wanted to quickly show you that we're going to go and take Creatables to the Indie Arena booth at Gamescom, an online booth of booths where lots of indie game makers are coming. Beautiful also for us. We want to start a conversation with them, how they can insert the idea of SDGs into how they design games, with what types of computing devices they do this, how they host their games, right? It shouldn't be fossil fuel powered service, etc. And coincidentally, this entire brilliant idea by itself, the design has been done by Sebastian Stem, one of the co-founders of Creatables. So we'll be there. Join us, please, in August at Gamescom Online. We're also going to run a conference called Display Meets Creatables on the 15th of October. We'll have several people will focus on the question of good health and well-being, one of the SDGs. We'll have Charles Johnson, who is part of a team that's designed a fully biodegradable lifestyle collection. Yes, you can compost it. And other people, Sophie Kleber at Google, working on physical spaces and how they can reflect equity so everyone gets their share, not just the white dudes like myself. Talking, Estela Renner, brilliant film producer at Maria Farinha's Filmes in Brazil, has been working lots with the United Nations, Greenpeace, WWF, etc. And Noah Forstein, who is someone who's been looking at games for health for a long, long time. And you can register, the URL is there. Please come join us there. And lastly, please do join us for a workshop. Inquire with us, go to creatables.de, fill in the form, and be in touch with us. We would like to bring this idea to you, to your organization, or to your production. Let's talk. So I want to stop here and again invite you to be a creatable with what you're doing, because that's really the idea. If you're a creative person and you are basically, sorry about that, if you're a creative person and you do something, you bring something into the world, please let's all consider how this can be tied to sustainability development goals. Thank you for your attention. Bye-bye.
So thank you, Stefan. Something feels really weird when you make an e-beyond. Normally, we are a tribe, we hug, and we are friends, and we go out for dinner, and we have some drinks together, and now I have to say thank you to a file. So that feels some kind of weird. But I think the good thing is whenever you have to, by needs, to change your perspective, this is also something which makes you creative, because you have a different, you need to make things different. And one of the good things is we have now developed this platform, and you saw yesterday it's not running perfectly, but it's running, and we will keep the platform for the whole year open. We will have not only the annual Beyond conferences, but we will have some talks, some lectures, we will show some films. We will open this platform also for collaboration of different people from all over the planet solving real problems. And this brings me to our next speaker. She was a guest at our Beyond Festival before, and I was kind of really not only amazed, I was blown away by somebody who is able to bring together intelligence and beauty. Because this is another thing we often lose when we have too much tech discussion. We want to have a beautiful world. And this brings me to Galina Mihaleva. She is an associate professor at the School of Art, Design and Media at Nanjing Technology University, where she teaches wearable technology, fashion and design. Her work and research deal primarily with the dialogue between body and dress, driven by the idea of having both a physical and a psychological relationship with a garment as a responsive clothing wearable technology. Prior to joining NTU, Galina taught at Arizona State University for more than 15 years costumes and fashion design and collaborated with world-renowned choreographers in US, Asia and Europe. She is the founder of Galina Couture in Scottsdale, Arizona, where her team develops exclusive collections of one-of-kind designs beyond in-depth analysis of cultural values. She combines traditional methods while developing and using new materials and innovative approaches inspired from nature. Unbound by old rules, Galina now offers her work as a testimony of the power of beauty and expression and to the transcendent human spirit. She regards her work as being timeless. And her talk today is Manifold Proposals for Tomorrow, Nature and Technology. Welcome, Galina Mihaleva. Galina, we see you. We cannot hear you now.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello, Ludger. Thank you so much for the warm invitation. I'm very excited, even though virtually, to be in Behind again. So I'm trying to share my screen because my presentation, it's all about visuals. So I think we have. Okay, so hello everyone again. The title of my talk, it's Manifold Proposal for Tomorrow, Nature and Technology. And I will start with the quote from Margaret Atwood: everything in the environment, it's changing. Ocean acidification, extended droughts, frequent flooding, and it is changing now. That is climate change. It's no longer theoretical, but a collective reality. She also argues that we cannot no longer take for granted our assumption about the rate of climate change, behaving as it is devastating effects of global warming will unfold at some distant point of the future. And the future, it's now. Of course, I will talk about fashion. And today we live in a fast-changing world where the traditions and identity definitions are unstitched. The world of fashion has become transnational. Designers and manufacturers across the globe are shaping the future of our clothing. Fashion, it's also known as one of the most innovative fields in the world. But in this presentation, we are not going to look only the glamorous side of the runways. We need to look also and reconsider the issues surrounding the ethical consumption. And here we can see that fashion industry is the second largest industrial polluter, second only to oil. And to put this in perspective, we can see that 10% of the global carbon emissions come from the apparel industry. Even the innocent t-shirt takes 2,700 liters of water to make one single t-shirt. And that's the water that human drinks for 2.5 years. polyester. It's one of the most favorite material for a lot of wearers. I live in Singapore and I did survey. Actually, 82% of the people prefer polyester. It's easy to take care of, but that material brings 1.5 trillion pounds of greenhouse gases, and it's equivalent to 185 coal-fired power plants annual emissions. Based on the MIT research, if we continue to live like that, by the year of 2030, we may increase 4 times the pollution unless we do changes. And those changes need to come within us. We need to redesign the aesthetics of the future. And responding to climate change requires change in every level in our technologies, economical structures, and social practices. Dramatic focus and design need to tackle, to think, to react, to conceptualize, and to design for. After COVID, the best we can hope for the fashion industry is to rebirth that puts people and planet ahead of profits. And we can see that not only after COVID, but in general, the fashion industry started a lot of initiatives in terms of sustainability, circular economy, and also looking into the consumers. We can take Anne Klein's words stating that clothes aren't going to change the world, but women who wear them, they will. And also looking into nature, and that's my favorite part. So there are a lot of initiatives inspired by nature in terms of biodesign and also biodigital. And here we are awake now, and the question is, how do we stay awake to the living world? How do we make the act of asking nature's advice a normal part of everyday inventing, to quote Janine Benuis? And based on that, I created my vision, where in my research, in my professional work, in my teaching, I include sustainability, the new aesthetics, and technology. And to connect the dots, to transform society, to conduct youth-inspired research, to enable student success, interdisciplinary research and problem solving, and to be engaged globally. But to do all of that, we needed special space. And I'm the founder, together with Professor Sorensen, Pierre Sadkin. We are the founders of the Loom Lab. And Loom Lab stands for Laboratory of Open Matters. It's a collective research platform that stimulates the collaboration of scientists, artists, faculty, and students to combine their expertise, write critical and theoretical reflections, share knowledge, organize symposiums, meetings, and definitely here we can see that science, humanities, art, technology, media, and design, and then in the heart is the open matters. So here, based on this thinking, some of the proposed case studies in this talk range greatly from development through synthetic biology, questioning our food systems and how they will look in the future, artificial intelligence in the current transformation of society, critically analyzing our today and design for the futures that are emerging. The aim of those projects are to view the value and creation of designing solutions, differently focusing on the requirements for a healthy and thriving ecosystem and designing for the benefit of nature, with human needs as a second benefit. So the first project that I will introduce, it's the kombucha biotextile, which is grown in flat sheets. This technique, it's not new. It's widely popular, but the novelty here is that we are using nanoparticles and embedding technologies, and even we developed prototype for growable robot, and the paper was published in EIE conference. And here we can have growable, renewable fashion with low effort, low expenses, low labor intensity. The second project, which is designed from a student, one of my final year projects, it's called Living Clays. Basically, the student used Irish moss to cross-stitch and to embroider this beautiful garment, which definitely, it's a poetic piece, but is triggering the idea of getting closer to nature and live with nature. And here in the back, you can see my living dress. It's embedded with plants, air plants, and that's very easy to achieve in Singapore. The next project is Renew, made by Corn Husk. It's another one of my final year project students. She was researching on corn husk and trying to develop textile, which is made from food byproducts. Amazing results. The student developed, this was the prototype, she developed 2 dresses, purses, shoes, and hopefully one day we can see her material even in the market. So another project that I would like to introduce, this is my dress. It's called Ichthus Modularity, which in Greek means fish. So it's designed from salmon fish skin and laser cut shapes into modules and then manually interlocked. So the idea of this dress is again to target the food industry and to use the byproducts from food instead of to discard them, so we can have more ethical use of leather instead of using cow leathers or other animals' skins, which is very unethical. So another project that I would like to introduce you, it's called Brit. It's a sensorial clothing. It's 3D printing and textile. And again, this piece was designed last year, but it's quite relevant for today because this could be the future COVID masks. Basically, pollution, it's invisible, and through art, we can definitely make it visible with those pieces. So basically the material that it's used, it's a polymer that it's treated with nanoparticles that are sensitive to PM 2.5s pollution in the air. So basically when you are in polluted area, your garment became darker, and that's an indication not only for the wearer but also for the viewers that this area is polluted. And today, even COVID, it's associated that there are larger cases and positive COVIDs in the area that it's more polluted. So the material, it's printed directly on the textile and it's very flexible. Another project that it's called Sensei. It's designed from polyester. From the beginning, I talked about how bad it is, the polyester, but no matter what, we produce polyester. And the good thing about this polyester in this garment is that the polyester, it's made from plastic bottles found from the ocean. And the dress, it's inspired from coral bleaching. The textile, it's manually shaped into shapes that are inspired directly from the corals, and the dress, it's embedded also with technology. You can see the video. So the dress reacts to the data that it's gathered from 30 years of coral bleaching. will stop the video because I have a few more slides, and I hope that I'm not overtaking the time. Another project that it's collaboration with Samsung, also use polyester that it's made from plastic bottles, but here this project it's to bring awareness about noise pollution in the environment, and we are using virtual reality to enhance the experience of the viewer. This dress was exhibited at the Look Forward Fashion Festival in Paris. And then another project that it's called Pulse. This is a huge piece, installation piece that it's also made from recycled polyester, and it's embedded with technology. It's a collaborative piece between Hidren, Pat from MIT, Catherine from Germany, and Adri from Singapore. I wish that one day I bring this piece to behind. It's incredible, but let me move to the next slide, where I can showcase in this slide my students' work at the incredible Art and Science Museum in Singapore. The idea of this is to bring out those projects from the lab so the people, the society can see them and can really remember and to become active in some of those issues, environmental issues, by seeing and showing the visualization of the data, not and helping them to understand the existing problems and to think about meaningful solutions and contributions. Another venue where the work can be seen is in different conferences, and this was my student Adri. Her work received the first place for fiber art category in the International Symposium of Wearable Computing. So to
Okay, we lost Galina, but we will have her back for the panel. So, Živka, as I know that you have to attend one of your 100 obligations soon, so you cannot stay to the end of the panel, I will have a question to you. One thing which amazes me now with the movement Friday for Future is that I see a movement, a very beautiful movement of young people who call the politicians to listen to scientists. I never experienced in my life a political movement who was calling the scientists as the reference for their things. And one thing what we are trying now is to open our discussion more to this young generation, because my two daughters, they told me, we are active in Fridays for Future, we know what we don't want, but you know all those people who can give us an idea what we want. So how can we open us and communicate more to this generation who definitely we need to have an alliance to solve those huge amount of problems in the next 10 years, and what can we do to open us more towards this generation, and what can they do to be part of what, for example, you are doing?
Well, this is a very, very important question, which is coming also in the right moment. The initiative should come really from the people. And I really appreciate this movement of the young people. But what is important is we have always necessary and sufficient conditions. Necessary condition is to start, to talk loudly, to go to the street and to say we do not agree with the current development. But to implement the change, we need the interplay between the young people, or anyhow everybody who is fighting for clean future, with science and politics, but also with the industry, because finally the industry has to implement this change, and therefore there is a need of real dialogue. It is not enough just to go and to fight for changes, but it's much more difficult to implement the changes. And to implement the changes, we need tight collaboration between science and economy and politics. And this is quite difficult process running, because we know that there is a mix of different interests. And what is also essential is to take care on the time, because changes can be not made immediately. So probably we are late, but it's 5 to 12 probably to start with the changes. We are really, we have a little bit time to really start to implement the changes. But what we need is not only to fight for the changes, but to run real, to have a plan, a real business plan, how to execute these changes, and to finally to save the nature. Because what we do, we understand also from scientific point of view. We publish scientific papers. The results are clear. They are well known. But it is not the question that the politics do not listen on the voice of the scientists. The question is that the cycle is not closed, and this is what we should really to push. To find a way to implement the changes also in a way to run the industry, because the industry is the basis of our life, of economy. So we cannot just fight for changes, just right, that we want to change the situation, to improve the situation, but we have to implement it in an economical way. Therefore, my opinion is to have really a business plan, a roadmap, and precisely to define the step and to move step by step. Because we have to concentrate on short-term activities, mid-term, but also long-term activities. We cannot mix the activities and try to push the changes faster. Even the nature shows us that processes cannot run faster than they are defined from the nature itself.
So thank you. I think we have our next speaker online, and it's Seda Röder. Seda, aka the piano hacker, is an unorthodox musician, author, and expert for innovation management and creativity culture, the Mindshift. She's an internationally sought-after speaker and the co-founder of the Sonophilia Network, an exclusive think tank for creative leadership and cross-industrial collaboration with over 400 members from global business, arts, science, technology, and political realm. Before relocating to Europe in 2012, Seda taught at the Harvard University as an associate and at MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology as an affiliated artist. And Seda will talk about liberating creativity, or why should your existence matter. Seda, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just want to double check that everything is running smoothly. Just thumbs up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Everything is fine.
Excellent. Perfect. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so that I could contribute to this amazing online happening. You know, you had such a great introduction about me. Thank you so much also for that. But, you know, it wasn't always, things don't always come as they sound, right? Now it sounds so nice and happy. But I did have a moment in my life many years ago where I had almost given up on realizing my true potential. I knew inside, I could clearly feel that I had the ability, the fabric to achieve much more, but something was holding me back. And although I hated it, here I was, you know, once again running behind those CD labels, concert organizers, and just trapping myself back to the hamster wheel. I was trained as a classical pianist, as a musician. And you know what was the worst thing? It was like, I thought it was only me, because everybody else around me looked so happy, as if they were living the dream. And I was like, look at you, you're so afraid to break that circle. I had so many ideas, so many creative projects in my head I wanted to bring to life. But it was like whenever I tried to break the circle, two things happened. I was rejected and I started doubting myself as a result. And you know what happens when you feel like constantly rejected? Um, well, according to the neuroscientist Mark Leary from Duke University, people start developing all sorts of weird behavior and get trapped in a downward vortex of loneliness, shame, guilt, social anxiety, and embarrassment. According to another study done by Nancy Andreasen, she's the first person to study neurologically the relationship between creativity and madness. So she says people with exceptional creativity do suffer much more often from like psychological illnesses such as schizophrenia and all sorts of other mental anxieties. But it's not because creativity causes something weird in their brain or because of their genetic predisposition, but because they have to fight like 100 times more with social rejection than other people who are just pen pushers. So then the question remains, how can we motivate ourselves and others to actually walk on the path of creativity, even when it's a bumpy ride? And how can we liberate creativity when everybody, and sometimes even our own mind, is fighting against us and it's fighting for the status quo and in favor of the status quo? Well, it turns out the answer lies in two things: technology and community. Let me tell you what I mean. Thus far in history, thinking out of the box occasionally was just good enough. Only when your company got into trouble and needed something really original, and your bosses would tell you, now you have to go into the creative mode. Or if you take the corporate English, you could say like brainstorming sprint. In other times, they would tell you, please stay in the line and just do as we tell you. And yes, probably up until 20 years ago, that strategy was just okay because the cycles of innovation and technological advancements were kind of still comprehensible for most people. But today, with Gordon Moore's law, his predictions coming into reality, the cycles of innovation are super short. Take mobile companies, for instance. They have to like bring out and upgrade at a better version of their mobile phones every 3 to 4 months. And since we're here in the arts and AI realm, look, I mean, at the Beyond Festival, we have reached a point where we discuss whether computers can be creative or at least make strategically better decisions than real humans. And to like 90% of the folks out there, this is like a threat. There is panic in the public, right? Politicians think that they have to upgrade people's minds or people so that they can, so that people can keep up with computers. Take Germany, for instance. Right now, the German government is pumping 5 billion euros into STEM education, while on the other hand, cutting arts and sports funding. But I mean, who knows better than this crowd at the Beyond Festival, right? Data and numbers are just noise. The real question is, how can you make them sing? So we should be actually thinking about educating first-class problem solvers and original thinkers instead of creating and pumping money into creating third-grade computers. This is really, really old school. This is very much still the industrial type of mindset, which basically says we need a certain amount of workers and they all need to do the same thing so that if one gets broken, we can easily replace them. This is as if people are commodities. But hey, people don't want to be commodities. People don't totally, they don't want to be exploited or manipulated. Robots can be commodities. They're perfect commodities. So then the question is, what are we going to do when robots do everything? Now, again, this is a fear to many people. It's like AI and the end of humanity. But to people like you and me, to people like us in this crowd, we see it as an opportunity, right? As an opportunity to rethink our place in this universe. What do I mean by that? I believe we're at a crossroads. This is like a once in a lifetime moment. The question is no longer about whether a computer can be creative or not. Technologically, we know that it's, they're totally capable of doing lots of things. So to me, that's a polemical, philosophical polemic. I'm not interested in that discussion. Much more important is the fact that we now, ironically, we had to wait until the emergence of some sort of creative machine to be reminded of our own humanity. The existence of the creating machine makes us rethink our perceived superiority as a species. We're now pushed to seriously think about the relevance of our existence. And at the same time, we're pushed to redefine creativity because creativity as we know it is no longer valid. And to be honest, I believe that it's good to rethink creativity because I think that we have long enough confined creativity and put it into an ivory tower where it's only available to the selected few. And at the same time, we have to now start, shattering all these myths around creativity, that it's related to some genius or to some talent. Creativity is not a privilege. It is the essence of what makes us human. I always say it. It's innate to everyone. I mean, look at children. Everybody says that, right? You never have to tell a child, now you have to think out of the box. They have no idea what the freaking box is. Boxes only come later when we train them for cubicles. So we need to remind every human being that human beings are born pioneers. Now it's time to bring creativity back to earth and make it available to everyone. And technology allows us exactly that. So much to my point around technology to help liberate creativity. And now I would like to come to my second point, the community. This one is really simple. Just like James Clear said in his book, Atomic Habits, maybe you read it, it's a great one. To start living a better life, start living in a community where your desired behavior, in this case, the creative behavior, is the norm. So when I was struggling with all the rejections and everything about changing my life, I thought I was the source of the problem. But the community in which I lived was like, what's wrong, man? All is good. Why would you want to change something that's running just perfectly smooth? But, luckily, I had enough self-esteem and a few people who I really trusted, who supported me. And in that moment, I was like, wow, this is really magical. You know what? You don't want to be, I don't want to be surrounded with tedious pen pushers, status quo, I call them the status quo masochists. Um, I think we all deserve to be surrounded with people who inspire us, who gives us the feeling that everything and anything is possible, who gives us the feeling that there's something else, something bigger, something worth fighting for out there. And those people, they need to be curious, interested, honest, and sincere. Dreamland. And they can move me, they can move us to create a better version of ourselves every day. Well, it turns out I wasn't alone in wishing for those things. Many people want to do great things to change the course of the world for the better. And they don't want to, have exploitative, ego driven, transactional encounters. And with Sonophilia Foundation, here or here, we've built just that. It's amazing. Sonophilia Foundation is a community-driven, not-for-profit organization to liberate the creativity of everyone. With this community, we're doing beautiful work. We're creating tools, books, platforms to help maximize creativity also for people from the margins of the society, so they can also live up to their potential and create a meaningful life for themselves and for their communities. So if you're interested, please feel free to visit our website or join our public Telegram group, or even better, fill out the form on our website and become supporters of our work. Thank you so much, and looking forward to an interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sida. Our next guest is Stephen Lansing. We had him last year at the Beyond Festival and Future Design Symposium, and I was so happy to meet him. Stephen Lansing is an external professor at the Complexity Science Hub Vienna and the Santa Fe Institute, and emeritus professor of anthropology at the University of Arizona. From 2015 to 2019, he was director of the Complexity Institute and professor in the Asian School of Environment at Nanyang Technology University in Singapore. He has been a fellow at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton, the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Science at Stanford, the Institute of Advanced Study at Durham University, and the Stockholm Resilience Center. His research on Balinese water temples was the basis for Bali's UNESCO World Heritage Cultural Landscape in 2012 and the focus of an exhibition by a team of architects, artists, and researchers from ETH Zurich and the Sharia Architecture Triennial, The Rights of Future Generations. His most recent book is Islands of Order, A Guide to Complexity Modeling for Social Science, Princeton University Press 2019, and the Companion's website. And at the end of the festival, in the last art session, we will show another lecture of Steve, and we will show a film about offering in the Balinese context. Now, welcome Steve Lansing with his lecture on steering capacity for navigating planetary boundaries, evolutionary perspective and strategic opportunities. Steve, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just trying to share my screen. Go.
Yes, it works.
It works?
Yeah.
Do you see beautiful images and things?
Yeah.
Great.
We see your PowerPoint. Okay.
You see it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here's my story. And thank you very much, Luca. It's a pleasure to be here. The story I'm going to tell is pretty short. I'm working with a good friend, Carl Folke, from the Stockholm Resilience Center. Those guys came up with the idea of planetary boundaries a few years ago, Carla and Johan Rockström and others. So why do we care about planetary boundaries? These are the quickest slides I think I've been able to find to communicate that idea. Here's our planet. That's how much seawater there is. That's how much fresh water. And that's how much atmosphere. So that, to me, says it all. It's a fragile little place. But many of your speakers have already spoken about that point. So this is to talk about where do we stand and where might we go. So clearly, 50 years we've tipped from the Holocene to the Anthropocene, and things are not looking good with respect to planetary boundaries. What we do over the next 50 years will determine the next 10,000 years. Greta Thunberg has been reminding us that we need to get with it and find a map. So is there, in fact, a believable roadmap to achieve the necessary changes in the next 50 years? Because time is running out. So here are Coates and Kim, a couple of South African lawyers, wrote a very nice piece on Earth Systems Law just some months ago. And they say, don't put your trust in international law. It's become a curio akin to the haunting inconsequence of the League of Nations as the world marched to war in 1939. So where then might we pin our hopes? How would we find a way to steer the as yet unmanaged global commons? The commons meaning those things which we share in common. So atmosphere, oceans, forests, soils, all those things. And great German sociologist had an interesting point about the need for transitions, critical transitions. what happened. So he said, and I'll just read this quickly, that when more problems are posed in a given environment than the system's steering capacity can solve, logically derivable contradictions appear that require, on pain of ruin, an alteration of system structures. So that seems to me encapsulates the point. I've got about 5 minutes. I'm going to give you the answer very quickly. Lynn Ostrom was a wonderful social scientist who got the Nobel Prize in economics actually in 2009, although she's not an economist. But she was given the prize for her analysis of economic governance, especially the commons, common property management systems, which are found all over the world. What Lynn did in her book, Governing the Commons, is look at, analyze what kinds of rules make it possible for groups of people to come together to cooperatively manage, to share things like fisheries or irrigation systems. The question is, and this is what I've been talking about with Kala, is there a possibility that this could be scaled up to the global commons? Which I think is an interesting way to put the question. We have a global commons and it is as yet ungoverned. So how might that work? Well, Lynn's last book was The Future of the Commons, and her main theme is that it requires cooperation. So I'm an anthropologist, and we think, okay, what about cooperation? What we know about cooperation in very broad terms is small groups of humans can be good at it. Robin Dunbar has something called Dunbar's number, which is the typical number of people that we keep track of. How, what is our effective social unit? And commons property management systems that work tend to be on roughly that scale. Indeed, interestingly, cooperation is found among all hunter-gatherers, and apparently key to the evolution of our species through the Pleistocene. In other words, the idea is that one of the reasons why our particular species of hominin became who we are, speaking languages and cooperating, is that we learned how to suppress dominance hierarchies and execute cooperative decisions. Read Richard Wrangham's wonderful books about cooperation and violence among humans if you're interested. Okay, so question, does Dunbar's number constrain our steering capacity now that we've blundered into the Anthropocene? As I'm sure you know, I'll simply remind you, the Anthropocene is the era of the world, geological epoch that appears just to have begun when human activity has become the dominant influence on the environment, on the planet. So here we are in the Anthropocene, and we don't really quite know yet what we're doing. We've just noticed that we've taken over. So one of Lynn's, I've worked for years and years in Bali. I guess my film will be shown tomorrow, for which thank you, Butker. One of her favorite examples was Bali, where we find villages that manage irrigation systems as common property. And they've done it for 1,000 years, and they've done it pretty well. It's why the world is so keen to come and look at Bali. But interestingly, those villages also get together and form larger structures, cooperative networks that extend over whole watersheds and make it possible for cooperation to work at the scale of the island. And that's been going on for centuries. So there's an example of a case in which dozens or hundreds of groups can successfully cooperate in resource management for centuries. Lots of other examples in Lynn's books. Okay, and here we are in Bali, where 200 villages come up to celebrate the harmony that they thus achieved. This happens every March in Bali. Very much worth seeing. Okay, so our suggestion, our proposal to create steering capacity for the global commons is very simple. And we hope that when Greta Thunberg hears about this, she'll think it's a good idea. We simply have each of the national academies of science elect the appropriate members of their own academies to a global academy of science. So why would we do that? Well, a global academy of science would combine both scientific competence and legitimacy, worldwide legitimacy, and it would not challenge national or corporate sovereignty. This would be a question of expanding the commons management from the local to the global scale and enable us to have a roadmap, basically to create the roadmap. Now, our model for this is the gold standard for planetary health. When you go to the doctor and you go for a particular medical condition, there will be a gold standard, at least in Europe and the States, for the particular care that you will receive. And that's done by bodies of physicians and researchers who say this is the gold standard for this kind of procedure for maintaining your health. So what we think we need is a gold standard of care for planetary health. To achieve that, we would not need new treaties, new laws. It would be a purely advisable, a purely advisory body. But the fact that the world scientists had agreed on a gold standard of care might have considerable influence. And perhaps that idea could capture the world's imagination. And for that reason, I'm very happy to give this talk here. This is the first time I've talked publicly about this idea. Of course, the paper's in progress, but to talk about it at the Beyond Festival. So think about it for a minute. Suppose that body existed, and suppose there were busy scientists, subcommittees working in the Global Academy of Science, coming up with the gold standard of care for planetary health in the critical areas, the planetary boundaries. Could the prospect of a gold standard of care to reduce the risks of catastrophes like COVID, more zoonotic diseases, mightn't that simply lift a burden of anxiety from corporations, governments, and people? It needs to be collective. It has to happen in the global scale. So this seems to be the obvious way to do it. Okay, so the answer for, the creating the gold standard will surely be science, as Greta says. But to make it happen, the real challenge is to our imaginations. The science is really not in doubt. It's a question of whether we can move through a transition of the kind that Jürgen Habermas has proposed. Will happen under conditions of strain like this. So that's my story, and thank you very much, Ludwig.
Thank you, Steve. Just one question before we kind of invite back all the other speakers. What you have in mind is a modern version of a council of the elders which we have in tribal communities. Some people who are regarded to be wise but have no specific own interests anymore, so they have also no political power, but they are regarded as some people who have the legitimacy and the experience, and so you might want to listen to what they have to say. Am I right?
In much the same way that I spend a lot of time now in Borneo with hunters and gatherers, and also in Bali, Subak people who manage their irrigation systems. And that's precisely how it works. Trusted elders, really, are the ones that people listen to, because in the end, we need their advice. So that's very much the idea, yes.
Okay, thank you. Could we invite our colleagues back to the panel? Yes? This is really an amazing new experience for me, because I'm talking to my technical team and a lot of machines at the moment, and I'm really looking forward that in the future we can also sit again together and make those talks, and are not so completely dependent on technology. I think you saw that Galina was thrown out by an algorithm. So be careful with machines. Shortly before she finished her break, so when we have them back, I want to give Galina first the word to conclude her lecture on those incredible, interesting clauses. And I think here is Galina. Galina was Hi, you're back. I already said a bad algorithm threw you out, and now we have you back. So you can conclude your lecture.
I don't know if I cannot share my screen, but it's okay. So basically I had only a few more slides to share with you. And they were...
here is Galina. Hi, you're back.
Yes.
I already said a bad algorithm threw you out, and now we have you back. So you can conclude your lecture.
I don't know if I cannot share my screen, but it's okay. So basically I had only two more slides to share with you. And they were...
We have a feedback. We hear what we have said a couple of seconds ago in a feedback, so we try to restart back to Galina and then hopefully to our panel. So do we need still some time? Okay, we have to restart at the conference because there is a feedback delay. But I want to go back to, because this is a really a thing we should discuss also in the last day, is this idea of the commons. When we think about how to steer the commons, when we think about not long time ago, most of the world was part of the commons. Of course, there were territories, but they were never really fixed, and they were not property. And then step by step, the earths become private, the waters become private, parts of the sea become nations, and so the commons are always shrinking. Yeah? But as we will see also later at 3:30, we will have by Mira Hertz an introduction into the exhibition Critical Zones created by Bruno Latour, which is opening yesterday, opened here at the ZKM. Also physically, you can go there, only a couple of people, but because of Corona, they had also made a digital version of this exhibition of Critical Zone, and we will have at 3:30 by Mira Hertz a tour through this virtual exhibition of Critical Zone. And Critical Zone means this very, very small and thin thing around the Earth, a little bit into the Earth and a little bit into the atmosphere, which is more or less 90.9% what really matters, because this is where we live and this is where we are part of. And all the feedbacks we do, I see something. Yeah, and all the parts, everything what we do will affect this critical zone, and it will feed back to us and will give another decision. So what I think is important when we come to the panel is we need to make important changes in the next years, especially in the next decade. And it has to come from all parts of society. Jivka already mentioned also the industry and the companies, but we have to redefine food, we have to redefine clothes, we have to redefine traveling, we have to redefine work. Yeah. And there are a couple of interesting ideas, for example, by Jack Fresno, this idea of resource-driven economy, or by Kate Ravenworth, the donut theory. So I think I get an okay, so we are back to the panel. Hi, good to see you again. Yeah. So I think, Galina, you can summarize your lecture and then we start the discussion.
Okay, I mean, should I share the screen or just to summarize it? Basically, I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah.
Now we have a black.
Okay.
So just tell us.
I'll just tell you.
Yeah.
Okay then. Yeah. So the idea was, from another hand, how those designs, proposals can be more visible outside of the labs to help society to understand better and to translate the data for everyone's language. So we have this initiative to exhibit the student works, get exhibit at the Art and Science Museum in Singapore. Then we submit to different conferences, and Audrey got the first place for unusual textiles using the grown microbial 3D fiber art AVA. And then definitely I'm constantly exhibiting my work at the Paris Fashion Week, the Cannes Film Festival, the WOW show, and organizing sustainable symposiums, contributing to the Biosummit at the MIT Media Lab. So to me, that's the idea to spread the word, to educate consumers, students, and society about this new movement. I mean, it's not so new, but basically it's forgotten to get close to nature and to think about nature first instead of our needs and more egocentric way. So the idea of sustainability and new aesthetics and technology to be closely interwoven and to foster new collaborations across the globe and different universities, not only academia, but also companies. So that's the summary for my talk. That's the future for the fashion.
Thank you, Galina. My first question, I want to come back to Steve's proposal of a global academy of science. And what Seda said, where she very much points to the individual creativity and the individual into a community. So this is something we have to discuss also on Saturday when we talk about new narratives for the 21st century. We need everything we can do here and now. The individual can do here and now. But the first time we are completely forced to work globally, not only with all the humans, but everything which is part of the biosphere. So how can we reconcile this, the critical zone, this big living being where we are part of, with those individuals in the community? And this is the first question for you, Seda. We have not sound yet. No? So let's jump to Steve, and then we can figure out why your sound is not working. So Steve, coming from the individuals toward this kind of global academy, just one question added. We see that science has all the answers and all the data, but why are the people don't listening to the data? Would that help if we have this global scientific council? Would the people listen more, or what do you think?
Well, I think people would say, well, these are our best scientists in the world on these particular topics. They've chosen themselves. No single government, no single scientific body, nobody's going to solve this on their own. There has to be some global cooperation. And the question is who should do it. So I think that the beauty of this proposal is those national academies, if you're going to choose the best scientists, that's what national academies exist to do, right? To recognize the best scientists, and they're supposed to take an advisory role. And if you said to them, okay, now will you guys please create a subset of the most relevant members of the academy, create the global academy, and then your task is think about what needs to be done, right? Prioritize, begin the monitoring process. I think that would create trust. I can't think of anything else that would do a better job of creating trust. I mean, who else would you turn to? Sort of like I think of, it's kind of like going to the doctor. I mean, we're the best surgeons we've got. Let's go to them because we're sick.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, actually, I think that's a great point. The problem is when we talk about science on the level of, John is referring to, we see that just way too many people don't have the access to the findings as we might understand them and interpret them. And sometimes, it's difficult to translate the findings of the science into a language that's accessible for a larger audience. And I think that's something that we really have to care about. And to that end, I want to add that with one of our projects, for instance, at the Sonopila Foundation, we're addressing exactly that problem. So what are we doing? We call the platform matters.global. And we're going from the individual to the larger picture of the problem. And we're creating a map that shows how individual problems are actually connected to larger overall global problems, giving you a visual understanding of how your problem is related to others' problem and how that problem suddenly becomes a global issue that we should all care about. And on the other hand, on a second step, we're cooperating with scientists to translate the inaccessible language, the findings of the science into a language that it's easily understandable by a 15-year-old. And by doing this, what we want to achieve is take that complexity out of understanding these problems and make them available, because we know that only even when you understand how your behavior is connected to larger overall problems, even only by understanding this, your behavior changes and you're suddenly part of a solution. Even if you don't have to contribute, you can suddenly become part of the solution by just changing how you deal with certain things like plastics and all. But the problem is, right now, many people don't have that kind of picture. It is just vague, problems to them. If you're struggling with your everyday issues, bringing bread at home, who cares about science if you're missing the smallest things in life, right? So this is why we at Sonofila Foundation said that we want to tackle that issue from a very individual point and bring it back to the larger map.
Galina, you are kind of transforming knowledge into beauty. And we have discussed this already yesterday that a lot of scientists say we have the facts already since 79, some of those facts, and it's getting better and better, but we cannot tackle greed, apathy with facts because they are emotions. So such a global academy also, like Seda said, would need some translator. And could art and designers be the translators to translate this knowledge of this Council of Elders or this Global Scientific Academy into emotional experiences for the greater society, translated by artists and designers?
Absolutely, absolutely. And throughout all those projects for all those years that we have been exhibiting and showcasing, I mean, we can tell how people really understand this language of art. They can visualize, like I mentioned, the invisible pollution. No one even thought about that clothing can contribute so much to the water ecosystem. And every load in the washing machine will create so much pollution because polyester separates different nanoparticles. But all the artworks explaining and visualizing that probably make the people more engaged in conversations and to learn more about the environmental issues through those simple projects in the way, and with changing colors or with reacting in different ways with the human body or with the nature. So that interactive approach brings another level of understanding. They can see that if the pollution is very high, then the color change. If it's normal to walk around, then the color will be safe and green. So I think that it's a very good way to bring the work out of the lab for the society to understand and to hopefully, understand that those are meaningful projects and they can even come with solutions. The other way for public to understand is to create DIY projects so they can create their own, let's say, grown textiles or other things. So they start to understand that it's a meaning behind and purpose.
what I saw the last decades in Asia, like in Singapore and China, that governments take experts really serious. This with the corona pandemic here in Europe, I was surprised that the governments here in Europe, and especially here in Germany, really listened to experts, to scientists. But on the other hand, in the US, to have scientists are starting to get into the same category as anarchists, and there is a government which doesn't regard any kind of facts as relevant. We were discussing yesterday, and I needed to say that I'm sometimes more afraid of natural stupidity than of artificial intelligence. So if we have a global academy, and we have big parts of the planet which will not listen, what we have to do then? Steve?
Well, I think we start kind of simply saying, if using the medical model, you'd really like to have doctors whom you can trust, right? So the national academies are elected by their own members, and they're generally recognized as the finest scientists in their fields. But any single academy would not have the representative, be able to represent the world. So you'd want to have an academy that consisted of people who would have legitimacy, that they are scientifically competent, and that they're thinking on a planetary scale. Now, if that existed, take the two cases that we've just heard. Galena with her, 1.5 trillion kilograms or something of polyester going into the planet. The scientific question is rather easily solved. The real challenge will be creating the faith, the belief, the cultural capital that would be required to make it work. So I think actually this is not really a project. That's why I'm happy to start this here. Yeah. With you, Ludger, and beyond, because it's not a project that the chemists are going to solve for us. This needs the imagination of artists and basically the kind of people you've had here to come up with ideas, to use their imagination and say, maybe a global academy of science isn't exactly the answer, but something like that. We should begin thinking about what kind of what is actually possible to create a roadmap that we believe in, that could actually work, given the time that we have available. And I think clearly, Greta's right, scientific competence is clearly going to be important, but also trust, which means representation, which means accountability, all those things. I'll say one more thing about this. The other thing that I like about this particular idea is you wouldn't really need treaties. We don't have to wait for environmental law. You don't have to wait. It could simply be created as an advisory body, but one which would have ever-increasing clout, I think, if it were successful, if it worked well.
Well,
long answer to your question, sorry.
You will have the full support of the future design movement, because this is exactly what we are trying to do. Is on a really grassroots idea is to connect people to get, and we have we are not industry. We have no power. We can just give imagination and ideas. So, but we, like Shivka said, every interesting project should be have a roadmap, and we will have to discuss this roadmap in the next days and afterwards, because now the Future Design platform will be on the whole year, and we really have to start to start this idea, because it will take probably some time, and it will probably need some investment from some people that we are able to set such a thing up. But I think we definitely should start with this idea. You know that I spent more than 10 years of my life with tribal people, and I found the Council of the Elders always an incredible institution. One of the things when I was in the Sundance with the Lakota, there was a circle of people, and we were discussing problems, and they had an eagle feather passing around. And only the guy who got the person, the woman or the man who got the eagle feather was allowed to talk. And I had a feeling that I want to say something, I want to say something. And when the eagle feather passed around me, I found out I had nothing more to say, because I'm not the only clever guy in the room. Everything which was interesting and intelligent was already said. And so I think we can learn a lot of those from those structures, and such a council of elders or council of wise or council of scientists is definitely something we should go forward. And I'm with you, Steve.
Oh, great. Well,
So,
let me just say one thing about that in response. I'm thinking at the moment the Council of Elders that would be the nucleus for this is like the Stockholm Resilience Center and the Potsdam Climate Center and so forth, the climate scientists. But what I'm proposing is the real impetus for this. They will continue to study the problem. Computer models will be made. But to do what I'm talking about needs beyond. I mean, it needs the kind of participation and engagement that would come from groups like this one. So maybe we should start to talk about how that can happen. In other words, the elders need to talk to the rest of the tribe, and especially the artists.
yeah. So, Seda, we have only a couple of minutes left, and then we go to the Critical Zone exhibition. So, Seda, what would be the last takeaway from you for the future design community?
Well, I think we really have to get out there and get the message in a language. I would recommend everyone to use Hemingway Translator out there. So use a language that's accessible. Try to explain whatever you're burning for, whatever your passion is, to in a language that even a kid would easily understand, and start connecting to the cause. We have to all get down from our top towers, to the real folks, because I think, in his there is a book, very, very interesting book. I would recommend everyone to read it. It's called Diffusion of Innovations. And it's a seminal work. And it says, even if you have a great idea, just boil water not to get cholera. Even those simple things are not distributed as they should be in the public, just because you have to be fighting against prejudices, against, things like traditions, issues that are things that are common to certain cultures and you don't know about them. So I would say we have to try to bring our language on a level that the artist is not longer the person who's just up there and superimposes something, but who is just in the public, who fights for a good cause, and who makes it available to everyone.
So, Galina, a couple of years ago, 10 or so years ago, I was thinking that the last warriors of our planet are some old grey panthers like Steve and me, but nowadays you see all those young people in the streets like Friday for Future. Do we still have hope?
Oh, absolutely. I think the hope is there. We just need to probably strongly put the seeds in the head. I mean, teaching in the United States and also in Singapore, and knowing that the young people, they are very passionate, especially if you explain in the right way and, like I say, put the seeds in their heads and make it even a trend. I mean, you're using the fashion terminology, and they will definitely fight for it. So it is a hope.
So I thank you for the discussion, and this is just the beginning. It's the beginning of a very good friendship. I think we should keep the discussion, especially kind of work on such ideas of networking and creating such a council. I want to say goodbye. I hope I see you again, and we will still see from you some combination where you worked, collaborated with Vibeke Sørensen on art, and we will see your film in another talk on Saturday. And I think this will be at 3 o'clock. We will show some film of you in another talk. So thank you. Bye-bye, and see you soon. Bye.
Yes.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
So the the next part and the last part before we have the break will be invited for a virtual tour on the exhibition Critical Zone, curated by Peter Weibel and Bruno Latour, which yesterday has opened physically, partly in the ZKM, the Center of Art and Media Technology, which is hosting our event. And they also, because of Corona, they were forced to make the opening of the exhibition completely virtual, like we are doing now. And for this, they developed a platform where people can navigate and on their own terms into this idea of critical zone. And with critical zone, the definition is that partly a little bit of our atmosphere and partly a little bit down into our planet is where life occurs, and there's an interdependency, and this little donut around the planet is everything which matters. Yeah, we can think about Mars, can think about the universe, but what we know is life as we know it can only be in this critical zone. So we have to come back and down to Earth. Yeah. So, one moment. Okay, we are online. We can go to critical zone. Hello, Mira. You can hear me? Mira Hertz, we can see you. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you, but I see you.
Now you can hear me?
Yes, okay.
Great, amazing.
Thank
Hi.
you.
So how does it work? Is this already all of you? Am I waiting for more people to join?
No, you can start and
start.
guide us
Amazing.
through critical zone.
Great, thank you. Great, so here we go. So my name is Mira. I'm an art mediator at ZKM. And I will, for approximately an hour now, give you a guided tour through the virtual platform. So there's this exhibition, Critical Zones, that is actually today also opening its doors in an analog space at ZKM. But it was meant to do that in May already. And of course, due to Corona crisis and pandemic, it couldn't. But the curators, they still very much wanted to share their research and the content of the exhibition. So they decided to, in a quite spontaneous moment and way, in just a few weeks, to build up a second exhibition, which is only virtual and going to be evolving digitally for the same period of time. So it's also going to be there at least until next year, February, if not longer. I think this is not really clear yet. So that means that now we have the situation, which is quite curious, that we kind of have two exhibitions. They're both called Critical Zones. They're both evolving. That means that there are still artists coming into, that there are events. There's a lot of program around it. But they are really two exhibitions. So it's not that we have, that I'm going to show you now, let's say, a website to the exhibition that is opening analog today, but it's really an exhibition for itself. And how that is and why that is, I'm going to show you in a minute. So most of the time I will be sharing my screen with you in order to show you the website. And I want to focus a bit today on what it means to do an exhibition digitally and what kind of artworks you can play with on this platform, at least in the sense of Critical Zone and how they came up with it. If you have any questions, I don't know if it's possible to somehow also ask me by unmuting yourself or giving it through somehow through you, or maybe writing it somehow into the chat or collecting it. I will try to manage it. But we will also have a little bit of time in the end if there are questions. Okay. So here we go. So I'm sharing with you this website. There's a link on the ZKM homepage that kind of leads you to this platform. And when we go here, we already see quite immediately, of course, it's not just a website in that kind of sense. It is more a little bit of a space. It wants to be a space, so it welcomes us. It addresses us very simply as attendees of this platform right now, and it also tells us immediately how this website is working, which is sometimes a little bit curious too, which is scrolling. So it's just an endless scrolling website. You will have to scroll endlessly down, and you can't never really fully control in what order you will find something because it's always changing. How that is and why that is, I will tell you in a minute. Before that, I just want to make you aware of the font that we see here. So critical zones. The designers of this platform have chosen a font which is a little bit flickering and a little bit falling off sometimes. So it's kind of not on this very stable ground, which is a reference to the content of the exhibition, which also wants to say that, okay, if we look at the current crisis of climate, if we look at the current crisis of ecology, we could almost say that we are in a crisis of finding out on what kind of planet we actually live, on what kind of ground we live, and how in a political sense we can meet on the same ground. And it's maybe more a moment to realize that we don't meet on the same ground very often. So this is a reference to this kind of instability that we face a lot. So I'm going to scroll down more. And this would be the introduction, which I'm going to skip now. This is another nice moment. I hope you can see that. It's not always very clear through just because of internet connections and everything, but you're very welcome to go here and also try for yourselves later on if you haven't already. So this is a moment where we are not only addressed as attendees, but it's also said that we are not alone, but that there are, at this moment, 39 other entities with us, which means that there are other visitors at the same time, maybe, but it also refers to artworks, exhibition texts, events which are happening. So it's not only referring to human beings, which is, of course, also something that is a reference to the content of the critical zone and what critical zone actually means. I'm also going to share with you in a bit. You may know that already, but I think it's always good to start off from a common point of understanding of something. And if I move my mouse here, I will leave patterns on the background. And I can also see if somebody else is doing that now at the same time somewhere on the website. So now for me, the background is shifting a lot actually. And this is the point where I'm not always sure if you can see that, but it's shifting a lot for me. And it's very, but I just read that you can, so thank you. This is quite curious because it's also kind of wanting to say, and so much I can say already, that the critical zone is something where we have a lot of different agents acting together in interdependencies and interrelations. This is not just human beings, this is all different kinds of living forms, but also the material worlds they're living in, like the chemicals, the soil, the air, and that they're all kind of creating a web of quite complex interdependencies, and you can't really, they have their kind of balances and circles to act in, but you can't really predict or control how it will be. And so this website also wants to be a little bit, maybe something like we could say a multi, or more like a web form of ecology that is constantly evolving, or multi-species environment, something like that in itself, where you as a visitor, you also have influence on it and you can leave your traces. Okay, I'm gonna go down more. This is another nice moment. This is a moment of choosing a field trip. And then I have these different terms down here, which I could click on. And I also have show me another path. And there would be more different ones coming up. This is something, if you imagine that you enter an exhibition space, you would be quite free most of the time, at least, to choose if you want to go to the right or the left, or maybe the other way around, or you're kind of it's your autonomy to choose how you want to go. But of course, due to the way you go, you will have a certain kind of order of artworks, you will have a certain narration, and if you go the other way, you would maybe have a slightly different experience, which is beautiful, which is something that if you have a website, it's maybe not that easy, especially if it's scrolling down, to give. And this is an offer, so it works like that, that all the artworks which are on this website, and we now have approximately, I think, maybe 15 to 17 artworks at the moment. As I said, it's constantly evolving. They're constantly being artworks added. Yeah, they have all been tagged with a term. So for example, with laboratory. So if I click on laboratory now, I would see all the artworks which have been tagged with laboratory. But the order of this will also always change by chance. So I can never be quite sure. This is why I have a list with links, because I want to show you some specific artworks. Otherwise, it would take me a long time to just scroll and find them. I just said that that there are more and more artworks being added. Maybe just to say that again, it was a quite spontaneous idea to do this virtual platform. And then of course, it takes some time for the artists who were actually meant to exhibit in an analog space to kind of reform that for a digital space, or maybe even to commission some works or find new artistic positions in order to add them. All right, I will now click on this to show you another feature before I say something about the critical zone. What we see here is that we have several layers. So this would be an artwork coming up here. I see some screens in the background. This would be other artworks. I have texts which are one over another. Sometimes in between there's something like a quote. So we have different layers which are just adding and adding and adding. And this is another thing that is referring to the content of the exhibition. And I will now scroll down here to this artwork, which is the first one that I want to show you. And before I click on it, I would like to tell you a little bit more about what is the critical zone actually. Hold on, let me just see a message in the chat. How many layers maximum? I think, to be honest, I think there's just 2 layers visually. Conceptually, we have a lot more. I would have to count. So I think visually, and I guess this is what you mean, we only have 2 layers. Oh, something that I didn't show you also is we have 2 layers, and we also have the color of the background, which kind of is another moment or layer, if you want to see it like that, which is depending on the time of day, of course, then also depending on the time zone you're in. So for me, it's midday. It's quite cloudy, so it's this lightish gray yellow thing. But of course, what I can also do, I can also click here on the top on something that says question or menu, which I'm going to show you a bit later. So that would add another layer on top of everything that you can then close down again. Exactly. So, but first of all, before we go too deeply without even talking about the content so much, I would like to just quickly tell you critical zone. What is this exhibition actually about? And I always find it quite helpful to look at this term critical zones, which is the main title. And then it says that it's about new ways, new ideas, new horizons of earthly politics. But this main term is critical zones. And if we look at it, we see a zone, which obviously again means a space. And it means the layer of the earth where all the living forms of life that we know are happening. So all the living forms of life plus the material environing worlds are happening in this layer. And it's just about a kilometer up into the atmosphere and a kilometer down into the soil and rocks. So it's really thin, super thin. And if you look at the whole globe, which is actually a term that Bruno Latour, who's the main curator of the show, wants to avoid. But if you look at the whole planet, let's say, compared to this big size, it's really super thin. Still, all the forms of life that we know are happening here. Why does Bruno Latour want to avoid the term globe? Is also that we are now in this a bit strange situation that we have a lot of instruments actually in order to investigate outer space, to think about the universe, to think about this moment when we go, when we leave Earth and we look at it and we see this globe, this blue marble. But if we want to look at this thin layer, which we are actually part of, where we actually don't have a detached view of, then we don't have a lot of instruments. We lack a lot of instruments and techniques and methodologies to do that. But, and this is the second part of critical zones, it is quite critical that we do understand it, because there's all these living forms of life, all these material worlds are depending, are acting, engaging with each other in a quite delicate balance and in cycles. That means that the human impact that we understand more and more is actually quite damaging, even though that we have the sum of our actions as human beings is really small compared to the sum of all the actions taking place. But still, we have quite an impact to this delicate balance. So this balance is critical, and it is critical and crucial that we understand how it works, also for the sake of our own well-being. So our own well-being is 100% depending on the well-being of this critical zone. And as I said, there are, even though that's the case, not so many instruments yet in order to find out how this works. And I guess this is something where the subtitle of How to Do Earthly Politics About It comes in. What we have though, what is coming more and more and more are these so-called, and this is why I'm gonna click on the first artwork, the so-called critical zone observatories, which is something like an outdoor laboratory created by Earth scientists who were also the people who coined and kind of developed or even founded this term critical zone. And one of these critical zones, sorry, I'm actually going to stop sharing that for a second in order to show you Google Maps, which you all know, because here we see where I am right now, where the exhibition is in Karlsruhe, and then it's just about the border in France, in the Vosges, in the like mountains areas. There's a critical zone observatory called Strengbach, and this is one that this exhibition in ZKM has been working with together very closely, and that Bruno Latour has been working with very closely. I'm going to stop sharing that to go back to the website. And also these two artists, Sohail Hashmi-Baba and Alexandra Arène, who are also part of the team of Bruno Latour, have been working with this critical zone observatory. And what we have here is something that is, I would, if I would be in the space with you now, I would ask you, what do you think we look at? Because I always find it super curious what kind of first associations you have when you see something like that. And often people say, looks like an eyeball, or maybe cut through a tree, or that we're not quite sure if we see something from really far away, or maybe we are having a microscopic view on a cell or something like that, which is all quite curious. As I'm looking at your messages, picture of a drone, yeah, really nice. Exactly. So this is something that we would think quite immediately. I think also because of this black and white, it has this negative effect where we don't quite know what kind of photography is it, but it's neither of this. And I will zoom a little bit in. So this is an interactive map, which is, I think, I also love to show this not only because it introduces the exhibition really nicely, it also is something that is really nice to see how a digital exhibition can work. Because as a print, we have this in the analog exhibition too, but of course you can't zoom in. And you can't really look closely, which is quite crucial for this. So if we zoom in, we see that we have a lot of different drawings which are referring to things like bacteria, mycorrhiza, compost. We have chemicals, magnesium, calcium, and acid rain, sulfur. We have all these different drawings here. And if we go, sorry, zooming out again. If we go here, we will also have a legend which explains us what this means. I'm not going to go too closely into it because I just really invite you to click around yourself a bit. But what we see here is a map of the critical zone observatory Strengbach, which, as I said, is a kind of outdoor laboratory. And this, the scientists in this outdoor laboratory, they have been developing a lot of different tiny laboratories and instruments and tools in order to research the whole landscape in a lot of different dependencies of things in this area of the critical zone, which is about 1 kilometer in width, maybe. And this picture, thank you for saying I have a nice voice, this is always good. This is a trying of a visualization of this area, but also of the research that is going on. So what we see here, why it seems like a cut maybe, is that it shows us somehow a horizon. It shows us the whole area or something, but it also shows us something vertical. So this is actually quite curious because here in the middle we have the atmosphere. All of this is the atmosphere. Then we go down, so this outer circle would be the canopy of the trees, the top of the trees. If we go then up more, here would be the soil, soft soil, deeper soil, and we come to the rocks and also the groundwater. So it's almost like, if you think of the map, it's almost like a glove has been turned inside out. And suddenly the atmosphere is in the middle, and then the deeper layers of the soil and of the rocks are on the outside. And this is due to wanting to show the vertical, like the depth and all the processes which are going on in here, but also the horizontal width of the whole area. Because for a critical zone, what is very crucial is to understand the processes. It's an ongoing process that it wants to depict, that it wants to be able to visualize, to see, to research, to understand over years and years and years of collecting data, and our impact, like in the middle of all of this. So we need space for all these processes, which, as I said, you can go into the legend and then see it a bit clearer. But it's also done due to, I think, because it's not a drone. We're not looking from up and down, even though it looks a bit like it. We're actually kind of looking from maybe from the inside out, or even from the bottom towards the up. So it's all a bit muddled up, and we might not really know where we are in this map. And it's kind of learning to read a map again too, which is something that is, I think, a nice moment to think about. How do scientists and artists and designers meet, and what are they able to communicate if they work together? What we can do here too is, if we can click on these blue text bits, which are giving us some information about the various different stations that are happening in this outdoor laboratory. Here, for example, we would have the river lab. this is a little hut, let's say, where this one of the streams, the water of the stream is being collected and it's running through a machine constantly every day for years and years, and the chemical kind of composition of it is being analyzed. And by that, they want to understand, is there a rhythm of chemicals due to the time of the day, the seasons in the year, or after events like a storm or acid rain? So how can we detect it? And if you then combine that with all the other laboratories, instruments, collected data, you might try to understand some of the larger processes. So for example, they found that the growth of industry and industrial emissions somewhere in China actually has an effect on the amount of acid rain in France, in the Vosges, in this very place. You can see it in the river and in the raindrops they have been collecting, which is quite crucial because it shows that climate politics doesn't really stop with the borders of your country, but we are all kind of dependent on each other in this. Okay, let me just see if I forgot to say something about this one. No, okay. I'm gonna leave this artwork for now. You, as I said, very much invited to have a look at it later on. And before I go on, I just wanted to show you here that we also have with each artwork a section. So if you think about an analog exhibition, you would go through and you would have a text that explains you something about the area where you're standing in. It's a few larger areas. I think it's, let me just quickly check. It's 4 areas virtually, and it's also 4 areas in an analog space. So you would have the section text, you would also have the tags, that's the beginning, where I showed you can choose a path, and this artwork will be tagged with this very term. You have a bit of text that explains you something about it. And if you want to jump to a section, I just did that here. You can click on menu, you can jump to sections. This is also something where you could have a look at the program or at the questionnaire. We'll see something about that if we have time in the end. Exactly, and change language. So I am gonna jump to another artwork. And as I said, I just have to find the link for that, so I won't search for hours and hours. Here we go. Okay, we're going to continue immediately with another observatory, we could say. So this is an artwork done by Barbara Marcel. She's a Portuguese-Brazilian artist, but she also lives a lot in, or did a lot of work in Germany. She's also doing a PhD at the moment at the in Weimar, Bauhaus University. And she has been collaborating with these two, we see them here, these two activists who are locally working and engaging with the Amazon. What we're looking at here, and I'm gonna click on it, is the so-called ATO, which is the Amazon Tall Tower Observatory. This is this huge thing here. And it's standing somewhere in the middle of the Amazon. And again, it's an observatory. It's not quite a critical zone as far as I know. Not quite sure. But as far as I found out, it's not quite a critical zone observatory, but still it's an observatory. And it wants to find out, again, very similarly, about all the different forms of life, processes of life and material forming, which are happening in the Amazon, but also what kind of role the Amazon plays for the whole Earth, which of course with the recurring fires in this rainforest is quite crucial. and Barbara Marcel. She's a filmmaker, and she has been filming the day-to-day life and scientific work in Atto. And she's also been collaborating and following these two local activists who did a radio show that they broadcasted from the top of this tower. And I'm going to show you a video clip quickly. I'm going to jump through. Oh, I'm sorry. I think you can't hear it. I'm gonna start again. I just have to share my computer sound as well. And now it might work.
We stop there. Okay? Platform, stop. Then we can breathe.
So here you can see them climbing up this huge tower where they want to progress from. I'm gonna jump forward a bit. Now we see a bit of how this radio show took place.
E com certeza é um prêmio aqui para toda a Amazônia aí, nosso programa de rádio. E temos aí a Santana FM, um abraço carinhoso para todos os nossos ouvintes, acompanhando a programação.
Esse nome é Tupinambá, os guerreiros e as guerreiras Tupinambá estão ligando aí, deixando seu recado e a sua mensagem. Caruana manda um alô, também vai tocar uma musiquinha daqui a pouco. Caruanas é o...
Yeah, I'll take this as a cue to stop here. So we see that they're broadcasting from up down, from the very top, and they are kind of wanting to communicate with this broadcasting show, wanting to communicate different visions of the Amazon, different local knowledges. So coming, kind of mixing a scientific and indigenous view, an activist view, and a feminist view with each other. Which I think is quite beautiful, because also Bruno Latour very often talks about how important it is to welcome multiplicity in the views of how to engage with the critical zone and how to get knowledge about it, and to not assume that we who has the best instruments to do that. And he often says, Bruno Latour often says that this multiplicity, multiple points of viewing, of engaging, this is actually the original meaning of the word global. Today, it often global can maybe become a bit, has something of a negative moment of it's something is very overwhelming, or maybe even that one view is made global. So one view is kind of suppressing all the other views, so because it's so global. But the original meaning is more that there are many, many different points of views. I can only recommend to also here, just click on the scenes, click through, have a look at it. And now I would like to jump to a kind of very different artwork. Always the question if it wants to load or it doesn't want to load. Hang on with me. Okay, I have to look for it. which is always a nice moment. So I'm going to share with you the website, and you can join me on the going for a trip in order to find this particular artwork. Let's see if we can find it. If not, I'm going to choose another one. Okay, it seems like this is something to do with the website, so it's hanging a little bit at the moment. Then I'm going to jump to a different one. That's no problem at all. I'll try to jump to this one. Okay. So I'm going to jump to a different artwork, which is also nice to show you because, and I want to do that anyway later, which is an artwork which is working with this website, this virtual platform in a bit of a different way, because it is looking at some form of documentation. So right now we saw two artworks which are working quite nicely because they're film or interactive maps. And I wanted to show you something which is even more interactive, and maybe I can try to do it later again. And what I want to show you now is something by Lynn Margulis. And Lynn Margulis is a very important figure for this whole project, because she is one of the founding figures of the Gaia theory, which is something important to mention. The Gaia theory says it's quite close to the way of thinking of a critical zone, but it's still a bit different, and it has its own keys, let's say. And she developed this together with James Lovelock, and they have been thinking a lot about how not only living beings are formed by their surroundings, but also how living life forms are actually shaping the material world they're living in. So for a long time, and actually I have to say that the Gaia theory still isn't 100% established, but it's getting there a bit. It's still being discussed a lot. But for a long time, people were assuming that the material world is only being shaped by physical powers and transformations, but not by the living beings themselves. But she did a lot of research into microbeings, into bacteria, especially. She has been arguing that the bacteria, they are transforming soil. The first bacteria, and this is something that she is speaking about in this video here, the first bacteria, the cyanobacteria especially, have been the first ones to burn CO2 and have oxygen as waste, which then enabled plants to grow. So it's kind of what the air is consisting of, what the soil is consisting of, what the rocks are consisting of, is being shaped by living beings, by forms of life too. So it's a very, very kind of connected way. And I would like to share for a moment a bit of this video with you. Just a moment of it.
You have to imagine the Archean is nothing but these anaerobic bacterial ecosystems, low-lying community everywhere on Earth. We call it the planetary petticoat, the undergarment of the Earth. This is the tissue of Gaia. If you plot on the map of Eastern North America, from Halifax, Nova Scotia, all the way down to the southern part of South Carolina, is the same active mat. Now, people put houses and they destroy pieces of it, but it grows around. So you have a complete continuous existence of the fabric of life. See, stuff that looks like sand, but it's not sand, it's all carpet. Can you get that idea that it's a carpet? See the strings there? Yeah. Those are cyanobacteria, filamentous cyanobacteria, and they are the formers of the mat. That's what forms them. The strings, you see the strings? There.
I'm going to stop here. So I always find it super fascinating to watch Lynn Margulis. So these are just little segments of a very, very long documentation about her. And on this website, you have a few segments of it and also a lot of explanation to it. I always find it fascinating to see how she talks about bacteria. And she at some point also says, bacteria are the top of evolution and they rule the planet because, as I said, they can do everything. She says they can burn CO2, they can create oxygen, they can form rocks, they can form soil. They can survive in so many areas, and they through that enabled other beings to evolve. This is a theory of her which is called the endosymbiotic theory, which means that evolution very much depends on the symbiotic relationships of living forms, and that very often one living form may have entered another one. So, for example, the mitochondria in our cells, which are responsible for dealing with oxygen, that they have been somewhere back bacteria which have entered the cell, and then somehow they have started to collaborate in a way. So this is tiny bit of her theory on this point. I can also recommend to have a look at this. I'm gonna try once more to load the other artwork that I wanted to show you, but it's quite complex. Sometimes it doesn't want to. This, of course, is one thing of the disadvantage, let's say. Quite want to do it at this moment. Here we go. Finally, sorry for that. Okay. Okay, finally. So this is an artwork I want to show you because it is also curious about what you can do on a virtual platform. It's called The Skin of Runes and done by Fabien Leostic. He's a French artist who is working with a lot of different kinds of media, and here he's doing something which is a little bit like a computer game, which we could maybe say is working a little bit like a computer game. I'm going to enter it here. Hope you can hear the sound. And what we have here is, first of all, this kind of landscape, and if I move my mouse, I can go through it like I would a little bit like in a computer game. And at this moment, I don't really know so well where I am actually. I have something down here on the right-hand side that tells me that there's a lifetime of this Earth, which is around 29 or 30 days. I also see that there's an alive part and a dead part, that there are healed units and destroyed units, and I see where I'm here, which is quite a big area. And I guess in this very moment, it seems a bit, again, like this view of being above. We're above, we are looking down from something. But if I click, I can see that I am having an impact. Something is changing. And if that's negative, I don't really know, but it's gray, becoming gray. What I also have are these white floating entities, and if I click on them, light and shadow switch, and now I can click on this red stuff, and it disappears, which might be positive, maybe not, nobody tells me. So this whole area is, or this world, let's say, is being inspired by research that has been done by a university in Madrid about phytoplankton and algae, and about how they are cleaning air and water when they're in touch, when they're getting in touch with it. And it's also something about this world which is somehow self-regulating. So this ability, and again, this is important for the Gaia theory, the ability of the Earth, of the forms of life and material worlds to regulate themselves by relating to each other and forming each other. But then it means that, hold on, yeah. But then it obviously means that we, if we do have an impact, we don't really know what's going to happen. And so also with this world here, we don't know how this is going to evolve over the length of the exhibition. So the visitors can go, they have an impact, we don't know where it's going to end, we don't really know where it's going to go. So this is the whole idea of this artwork right now. I'm gonna stop sharing this one too. And I will jump to a last artwork that I want to show you. Again, very different. This is a kind of very different artwork, which is done by, and I'm really sorry if I pronounce his name wrongly, he's a Taiwanese artist. I would say he's called Kimelizai Dakivali, and I hope it's something close to that. It's from 2017, so it's a few years old. And this is very different, and I wanted to show it to you because it is actually drawings. So of course we can also do this on a virtual platform. We can also simply show a reproduction of something. And this artwork has been inspired by something that happened to a few people, friends to Dakivali, young people of his tribe who went for a kind of scientific tour somewhere in Taiwan. And when they came back, they were very sick. They felt very sick with some kind of virus or bacteria, something like that. So this made Dakivali think about a story that elders of his tribe has been telling, that if human beings intrude into areas which they are not meant to go, that they will fall sick. So very much points to this moment of they are just areas human beings are not supposed to go or not supposed to intrude. And this inspired Dakivali to kind of turn this usual narration of the virus or the bacteria is invading the human body around into saying maybe the human first of all intruded an area, and then the invasion of the bacteria or virus is a reaction, it's a counter reaction to that, which I think is also something relevant to, or just important to point out at this moment of the current coronavirus, where also there's been talking about dealing with wildlife and where this virus comes from and why it has so much power right now. It inspired Dakivali to do these large-scale drawings. So we see something that is kind of Dine 4 large. And he has been drawing this fantastic imaginary viruses and bacteria. I'm going to scroll down a little bit. talking about imagination, there are two more things I want to show you quickly, and then we have some time for questions. So I made screenshots of those in order to not lose them. So this is a screenshot of another layer, let's say, conceptual layer of this virtual platform. So this exhibition is also very much about thinking about your very subjective local position and situation, and asking you very much on where do you look from, how do you perceive yourself being part of what do you depend on, what do you need, and I think that sometimes from the point of view of art mediation it would be easier maybe, or just more intuitive, to talk about this when we meet in the actual real space. But we don't. But still, the art mediation team of ZKM wanted to give in some of these moments of self-reflection. And so there are these little invitations. I'm just going to read it out. So for example, this one says, imagine for a moment that all the processes and resources which make your presence, your health, clothing and equipment possible are shapes walking, or you could say sitting behind you. How much space do you occupy? And I can only recommend if you go through something like that, or if you might have the chance to visit the analog exhibition, there are moments like that too, to have a look at this, because it is something nice if you actually start thinking about it, and if you actually do the exercise. Bruno Latour very often talks about that we have to relearn, because we're so much caught in political judgments about a crisis and fighting about it, that we very often have to relearn, first of all, to describe what is my situation, what do I depend on, what do I need, what am I living from, and this is a kind of entry point into something like that. It's quite simple. It's not meant esoteric at all, but it's a simple entry point. And talking about this, I want to show you one last thing, which I'm going to do that. I'm going to go back to the exhibition web page, and I'm going to go up here. So we have a menu program, but we also have the questionnaire. And I want to show that to you quickly if you're interested, and if you don't know it yet, if you're interested in doing it. This is kind of another parallel project of Bruno Latour and his team and the Media Lab. And it's about kind of taking this moment as a chance. And with this moment, I mean this moment of this exhibition was meant to open, and then there's the coronavirus. And when that happened, of course, this whole team thought, like, it's kind of amazing, because we're talking about all these dependencies and all these global issues, and then something so global happens, and we somehow have to mention it. And what Bruno Latour did is saying, well, we see right now that something like this happens, politics actually is able to introduce some quite drastic measures. And they are able to bring something to a halt or shift things around. And how sustainable and long-lasting that is, we will see. But still, there's a possibility. But very often when you meet politics with demands for ecological crisis, there's not enough money, there's not enough time, you need too much of a rethinking. You're too dependent on economics, maybe, also. But here, he kind of wants to say, well, we have this chance right now to ask again, what do we depend on? What do we need? What kind of measures right now that may even are useful for climate change do we want to keep? But if we do that, what kind of effects will that have? And there's this questionnaire, and it's interlinked on this website that you can click on. And it's called Where Do You Land After the Pandemic? And you can go through a few questions of answering about your own point of view, about your own situation. And this is all being collected, and in the end there might be some workshops with groups who are thinking in a similar way than you are. And there are already workshops happening at ZKM about introducing into this questionnaire. So if you're curious about that, just have a look on the website too. Exactly, I think this is actually everything I wanted to say. So this is an hour. This is a last chance to ask me any questions if you have some, hoping that I might have an answer to them or response. You said me that so far there are no questions. Just another moment to give a chance if there is something or if you have something. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So if you don't have any questions, then it's just for me. Thank you for your attention. I hope you could have a little bit of an insight, have a click around on the website yourself, and I hope that you're having a great festival and conference at the moment and continue to do that. Okay, thank you. What does it mean that Ludger will say goodbye? Does it mean I should not end the meeting, or shall I stay? I can go. Thank you. So thank you very much, everybody again, and yeah, have a good rest of your day.
Hello and welcome back to the second session of today, Green New Deals. When we talk about the necessary changes we have to make in the next decade, we need also political involvement. We need some rules and regulations to be able to set up the changes they are necessary. And it turns out that with the term Green New Deals, a couple of ideas which lead in this direction are discussed nowadays. And this is our second panel today. And first, I want to address our first speaker, Thea Riofrancos from the USA. Thea Riofrancos is an assistant professor of political science at Providence College and the author of Resource Radicals. Her writing has appeared in The Guardian, N+1, Jacobin, the Los Angeles Review of Books, Dissident, and in These Times. She serves on the steering committee of the DSA Eco-Socialist Working Group, and she is the co-author of A Planet to Win, Why We Need a Green New Deal. And Thea is in the US, so it's very early, so she sent us a video and will later be live on the discussion. So Thea Riofrancos.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today, I will be discussing the Green New Deal. In the United States, this policy paradigm is usually presented in domestic terms. But I'll argue today that if we want to achieve the core pillars of the Green New Deal, which are rapid decarbonization and socioeconomic equality, we must understand the global dimensions of both the climate crisis and the crisis of social and economic inequality. Ultimately, I'll contend that the Green New Deal offers a historic opportunity to transform our unequal and unsustainable world order. So first, what is the Green New Deal? The Green New Deal is a paradigm for climate policy that simultaneously addresses the climate crisis of runaway emissions and the social crisis of runaway inequality. And it proposes to do both at a speed and scale that often invokes comparisons to World War II era mobilization, though I would say that this understates the scale of what the Green New Deal is trying to do. The Green New Deal is the product of decades of climate and environmental justice movements, and more recently, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has made it the centerpiece of her legislative agenda. The Green New Deal is informed by the most up-to-date climate science. This research makes clear, first of all, that the climate crisis is already happening. We see rapid warming, sea level rise, extreme weather, desertification, species die-off, deforestation, and more. Second, the difference between a 1.5 degree versus a 2 degree warming is huge for both climate safety and social well-being. This means that we have a decade to cut global carbon emissions in half, which, in the words of the IPCC, will require, quote, rapid, far-reaching, and unprecedented changes in all aspects of society. Lastly, we know that both emissions and vulnerability are structured by inequality. In the US, those least responsible for global warming are the most vulnerable to its impacts. And this inverse relationship is, of course, even more stark when we zoom out to the global scale. So this deep connection between climate change and inequality also suggests that the Green New Deal is politically astute. In the past, a key challenge for climate policy has been assembling the political coalition necessary to overcome opposition from powerful fossil fuel interests and their political allies. The insight of the Green New Deal is that in order to do this, in order to win aggressive climate policy, we need to expand what counts as climate politics. From housing to transit to healthcare and the job market, the climate crisis touches every aspect of our lives, and emissions are embedded in the material infrastructure of our economy and our society. The implication is that climate policy should address ordinary people's everyday concerns. We, of course, see what happens when this isn't the case, as with the Yellow Vest protests in France. In the US, we are seeing the beginnings of a Green New Deal coalition in new alliances between insurgent left politicians like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and others, and social movements such as the Sunrise Movement, but also movements for housing rights and transit justice. In the past couple of months, actually, several candidates for state and national office who ran on Green New Deal platforms and defeated incumbents in the Democratic Party primaries will likely go on to win in the general election. So we'll have even more elected officials at the national and state and local level that are committed to a Green New Deal. But aside from these politics more broadly, what is the current status of the Green New Deal? Today, of course, we are in the midst of an unprecedented pandemic and a devastating economic crisis. The Green New Deal, however, remains a highly salient framework despite these big changes to the world that have occurred since the Green New Deal was first articulated. Indeed, in many countries in the world, there are increasing calls for green and socially just economic recovery. To varying degrees, these demands have informed policy approaches in Europe, although there are many important criticisms of the Green Deal, which I'll get to in a moment, as well as in South Korea. Meanwhile, activists in the United States and Latin America are making demands for a green stimulus and even for a new eco-social pact. That's the phrasing in Latin America. Ideally, such an approach to economic recovery would focus on stimulating the economy with a massive public investment in renewable energy, creating dignified unionized jobs, building green, social, and affordable housing, and retrofitting existing housing stock, expanding mass transit and decarbonizing transit, transitioning the agricultural system to a more sustainable, less energy-intensive agroecological model, and of course, expanding the amount of urban green space as well as restoring vulnerable ecosystems. Unfortunately, however, in both the US and Europe, policymakers increasingly favor electric vehicles, and specifically individual passenger vehicles, as a solution to both the climate crisis and the economic crisis. This is very apparent in Europe's Green Deal paradigm, which seeks to build as much as possible of the electric vehicle supply chain within Europe, and also in the United States, in Democratic presidential candidates Joseph Biden's newly released economic plan, which devotes much attention to producing American-made vehicles, electric vehicles, as a way to stimulate the economy, create good jobs, and electrify transit. However, from a perspective of what a more socially just and also ecologically sustainable recovery effort might look like, there are two problems with this EV-centric approach. The first is that it reproduces an individual car-centric model of transit. This is worrisome because there has actually been an opposite move in some European cities to dramatically reduce the presence of cars on city streets and instead encourage walking, cycling, and mass transit. These are a more socially just way of moving people around, as well as more rational from an urban planning perspective in terms of the use of public space. Second, and relatedly, there is the differential environmental cost of these different approaches to transit. Encouraging a model of transit that relies on individual private consumption of electric vehicles comes at a great environmental cost, but mostly in parts of the world that are hidden from view if we focus only on the domestic or regional scale. This brings me to the main thrust of my talk, the global dimension of green economic recovery efforts, as well as the Green New Deal more generally. To understand this global dimension, we need to account for the fact that essential green technologies, such as wind turbines, solar panels, lithium batteries, and electric vehicles, are produced via globally dispersed supply chains. Now, of course, in the midst of our current economic crisis, many of these supply chains have been disrupted. It is for this reason, as well as in response to ongoing trade wars between the US and the UK and China, that policymakers in the US and Europe see an opportunity to relocate the entire electric vehicle supply chain from extraction to each node of production within, which is currently overwhelmingly sited in China, as well as with its extractive frontiers in the global south, in Europe and the US instead. Whether or not this is a feasible goal in the long term, in the short to medium term, it will be extremely challenging, if not outright physically impossible, to, for example, source all of the raw materials needed for a lithium battery or the entire vehicle itself within the borders of the US or Europe, and to produce the industrial capacity at the scale and speed required by the climate crisis within those borders as well. Let's zoom in for a moment on lithium batteries, which offer a window into the global entanglements as well as injustices of the way the renewable energy transition is unfolding. So currently, Chile, a place where I conducted several months of field work and I'm continuing to do research virtually for now, is one of the world's top exporters of lithium. Lithium is extracted from the beautiful and otherworldly salt flats in the Atacama Desert and concentrated in enormous evaporation ponds. This approach to extraction is very cheap for the firms, but has an enormous impact on water in what is the second driest place on Earth after Antarctica. This is in addition to the fact that there are other extractive industries in the region, notably copper, as well as tourism and agriculture. So there's a lot of pressure on the water system. In addition, workers at the lithium installations face repressive union-busting tactics. And indigenous communities are also gravely impacted by lithium extraction, which threatens their water access as well as their livelihoods. So what is to be done? From what I've said so far, it seems like the trade-off between addressing climate change and preventing harm in the Atacama Desert is a zero-sum game. If we want to address climate change, we need to electrify transit, therefore we need to extract lithium, therefore these negative effects will occur. But I want to suggest that a lot depends on the type of Green New Deal or green recovery or green stimulus policies that we advocate for. I'll suggest two broad categories of policy approaches that I think can mitigate this zero-sum game. First, under a Green New Deal, I'll argue that supply chain justice should be a key tenet of trade policy. For decades, trade policy has been completely co-opted by so-called free trade agreements, which enable the easy movement of goods and capital, and by that same token, encourage a race to the bottom for labor and environmental regulations. What if instead trade agreements promoted indigenous and worker rights and ecosystem integrity, accounted for the carbon emitted in the production and distribution of goods, and facilitated access to technology and economic redistribution between the global North and South? I want to note that this vision of supply chain justice is a critique of the current focus among EU and US policymakers of, quote, supply chain security, which is a preoccupation with locating as much of the supply chain as possible in Europe or the US. It is not feasible in the near term, however, to source all the nickel, magnesium, cobalt, lithium, and more required for just the batteries, not to mention the 183 pounds of copper on average used in the wiring of electric cars within European or American borders. For now then, rather than supply chain security, we need supply chain justice, fair and green models of trade between the global North and South. The second challenge, and perhaps a deeper challenge, is to change the model of consumption in the global North, and that more generally of affluent people across the world in the emerging global middle class. The Earth can't sustain 1 billion Teslas without tremendous environmental and social harm. But consumption is, of course, a tricky question from the left, as we are well aware that consumption is highly unequal, as are contributions to emissions and environmental degradation. The overconsumption of the rich and the reckless practices of private firms are the main culprits of the climate crisis. However, we also know that we all need to consume differently to build a low-carbon world. Fewer cars and more mass transit, less red meat and more vegetables, and overall shifting away from leisure defined as driving and shopping to low-carbon forms of public luxury. It also means that our consumption choices, which are never individual but the result of institutions, policies, and the balance of class power, matter tremendously for the supply chains I've been discussing. To take lithium batteries in particular, the more that we can engage in collective and public consumption, for example, riding electric buses instead of individual electric cars, the fewer mined resources we use and the more people benefit from what we do pull out of the ground. And I want to note right away here that I'm aware that public transit faces challenges in an era of COVID when many people perceive, rightfully or not, that that public transit is a disease vector. But I think that what we need to do is counter that by arguing for better funded and more frequent public transit, that the real problem is with overcrowded and infrequent service and not enough routes, and that if we actually had a better and more expensive public transit system, we wouldn't need to be as worried about the spread of disease, and that allowed for social distancing and of course with mask wearing. And I also want to argue that in addition to public transit, which is a more rational, ecologically and socially use of mined resources than individual cars are, we also need to focus on an economy that reuses and repairs rather than the compulsive consumption of manufactured obsolescence. For example, lithium batteries that are no longer powerful enough for an electric bus can work just fine for battery storage on a renewable grid. And at a basic level, the less energy we use overall, and this is really a problem more so in the US than Europe, which has really high levels of energy use and a lot of energy inefficiency, the less energy infrastructure we need to build, and therefore the smaller our resource and land footprint. This brings us full circle to where I began. The public policies of the Green New Deal that will reduce emissions and increase equality by transforming how we live our daily lives. Our quotidian, seemingly individual patterns of consumption reverberate on a planetary scale, just as the products of far-flung sites of extraction and production find their way into our homes, workplaces, and neighborhoods. It's misleading then to think of a US or European energy transition in bounded, kind of territorial terms within the boundaries of the US or Europe. As both the pandemic and the climate crisis bring into sharp relief, material interdependency is our shared condition on this planet. Our response to these crises shouldn't be to seek refuge in isolation or autarky, but rather to think through how to enact the principles of democracy, equality, and solidarity across the uneven supply chains of global capitalism. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
So thank you. Thank you, Thea. We will see her later back on the panel. And now I want to introduce Christoph Schneider. He will not only moderate the panel today, but he was setting up the whole panel, inviting the guests. And Christoph Schneider established the German-speaking think tank network Center of Emancipatory Technology Research, Emancipatory and Techno, in which critical utopian researchers come together to explore the possibilities of an emancipatory technology polis. Individual and collective self-determination and the possibilities of post-capitalist organizational forms of technology are the guideline principle of the network. As a socialist, Schneider works at the Institute of Technology Assessment and System Analysis in Karlsruhe. There he explores visions of the future of digital technologies and utopians on technological and societal change, as well as their role in transformation and political movements. Since utopia is always practical, it has to become concrete. So Schneider was involved in setting up FabLab Karlsruhe e.V. Furthermore, he works independently as a consultant for digital social innovations and supports individuals and organizations in implementing human-centered and philanthropic future concepts for digitization. Christoph Schneider.
Thanks, Ludger, and hello, everyone. Let me continue this little personal note, because I think sessions and topics often have a kind of personal touch to them. As Ludger said, I consider myself kind of a utopian researcher. I'm not interested in how the world is. I'm interested in how the world can be changed. And a key aspect in my work is, in a way, how can we democratize the high-tech economy, and especially the digital economy, which is so significant a driver of change currently. But I think if you're a utopian, it's not enough to stick to one place in society. Therefore, I'm also actively engaged in social movements, especially in the democracy in Europe movement. where we developed the vision of a Green New Deal for Europe. And this conversation and seeing how ideas for a Green New Deal emerged all over the globe was the inspiration for this session. And I'm very glad that we have very different perspectives today on what such a deal could look like. And let me talk a couple of aspects about why it's absolutely necessary that we strike a new deal amongst us and between us and the economy and politics. I think that's because the climate crisis makes one thing absolutely clear. Small changes, a little more renewable technology here, some new participatory little practice over here won't be enough. What we need is a redesign of our political and economic systems, and we need that to stay within the limits of a livable planet and to provide long-term conditions for flourishing human life on Earth. And increasingly, the old design, the neoliberal design of these systems is failing us. Each day that it continues in its busiest business-as-usual operations, it makes the world worse. Inequality is rising, authoritarian politics is rising, and the planet's temperature is rising. But I'm very glad that actually next to this insight that we must redesign these systems, another insight is really taking shape and being felt by many people across the globe. That's the insight that actually we also can redesign these systems. And this is extremely significant because one of the major ideological effects of neoliberalism was that it hammered into our collective minds that actually there is no alternative. The market world order with competition and extraction is just the natural way of life. It's a matter of fact, no need to worry about this. But yeah, now we realize that actually there has to be an alternative and there can be an alternative, and this is fantastic. It really inspires a lot of hope in myself, and I also see this hope in other people. And this is not only coming from nowhere. No, it has a history of hard work in organizing in social movements for justice and environmental justice. Also a lot of history in research on sustainability, on a fairer economy, on democracy. And this seems to be coming together, and really across the globe, we will hear more about this, but across the globe, thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people are starting to imagine what would a Green New Deal look like, what would this mean to us? And yeah, so they are kind of collectively envisioning a new grand design, a new social contract that they want to see come into being. And look, for example, in the Fridays for Futures, the climate movements, where they clearly argue the rules need to be changed. We won't play by the rules anymore. So, okay, that's the focus of our session. How can we create such a Green New Deal? Or maybe do we have to create many Green New Deals, global in scope, but actually very localized and context sensitive for the needs and desires of people across the globe. And that's why we also look at from different angles at the issue of Green New Dealing, in a way, the process of a Green New Deal. And this is also important because Green New Deal, in a way, is a grand design. It's not only about acting politically, because what we need to redesign is our rules and regulations, of course, but we also need to redesign institutions. We need to redesign our workplaces, the places where we live. We need to redesign what it means to live a good and healthy and successful life. And we need to redesign our democracies, basically. So Green New Deal, in my reading, is actually really civilization politics. It's nothing less and nothing more than about redesigning our civilization. I know that this is a very grand and bold claim, but actually, you know, when it's very likely that carbon emissions and the heating of the globe can basically destroy life on Earth, we need to be bold and big and grand. And we need to think in terms of civilization designers about ourselves. And yeah, the next speaker now is one such a civilization designer. I'm very glad, Matthew, that you are now here speaking to us. Matthew is the founder and co-director of a young think tank in the UK, Commonwealth. That's the name of the think tank. And they are looking into changing ownership, new models of ownership that can lead towards a more democratic and sustainable economy. And Commonwealth have written and talked about and proposed magnificent visions and ideas about a Green New Deal, especially how this could look like in the United Kingdom. Okay, glad to have you here, Matthew.
Pleasure to be here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, I mean, I think I've got sort of 10 minutes or so to talk about how we can not just sort of conceive of a Green New Deal, but actually win it politically, particularly in the circumstances we're facing. And I think that sort of, that frame you used just now about sort of the civilizational quality, about a sort of grand reconstruction, I think is appropriate, because it is about both moving beyond carbon civilization and the inequalities baked into it, and also building something new, but also dismantling fossil fuel capitalism and the sort of institutions and infrastructures that we've all hitherto lived under. So I think, you know, just taking a moment to reflect, and I think the very fact we're doing this via Zoom rather than, you know, in person reflects this. We're in this extraordinary and urgent moment. So of course, COVID-19, an unparalleled in many ways sort of public health emergency, economic crisis, you know, the worst certainly in the UK, but also elsewhere, worst recession in almost 300 years, really challenging some of the fundamental structures of work, of economy, of investment, you know, huge, extraordinary challenges. And into that moment, of course, has exploded this global uprising, demanding justice long denied in terms of dismantling state violence, sort of inequities, racialized capitalism, and forms of patriarchy that sort of underpin all our societies. And of course, looming over everything and accelerating every day, even with a sort of slight dip in emissions during COVID, is of course the conjoined environmental and climate emergency. And I think the scale of that, you know, there's a report out by the Bank of England the other day looking at sort of risk across the financial sector, and just kind of casually slipped in with this comment that the prediction for the sort of financial holdings in sort of the UK, which is obviously a key global financial node point, has us on course for a future of 3.5 to 4 degrees of warming as a normal trajectory. And we know that that really threatens the very conditions of life on Earth. And we know that that crisis is already here for hundreds of millions of people, particularly in the global South, where the violence of climate change is already wreaking great damage. So we're in this extraordinary moment where sort of there's this huge breaking out of norms and also a sense of possibility expanding, but also deep uncertainty. And I think from that, we can kind of see a number of options. We can see a sort of eco-primitivist response to both COVID and the climate crisis, a sort of return to sort of, you know, folk politics, to sort of, you know, shutting off the modern world. We can see a sort of liberal tinkering approach, an idea that actually, you know, tweaks here, marginal reforms there will be enough, despite the fact that climate crisis is a deep systemic challenge rooted in the basic operations of capitalism, I'd argue. You can see a sort of climate authoritarianism emerging, you know, sort of an increasingly violent policing of people displaced by the sort of damage and violence of climate politics. And I think that can merge quite quickly into a very virulent eco-fascism. So I think, given those are the other options, I think the Green New Deal as both a sort of political project and a sort of civilizational mindset, and I think it's important to stress that each sort of place and particularity will be sort of quite different to sort of, there's not one Green New Deal, but many. But really in the sort of face of these challenges and these potential trajectories in terms of authoritarianism, eco-fascism, liberal tinkering, I think the Green New Deal really is our only hope. But what is it and what isn't it? Well, I think there was quite an interesting article this week, actually, in the Guardian by a really sort of strong advocate of the Green New Deal, sort of a campaigner and activist called Julian Neuskat in the US, talking about Joe Biden's climate campaign, saying, you know, this is actually in many ways some of the key planks of the Green New Deal are there. And I think what's important to stress is, and that was based on Joe Biden's big investment in clean energy, what's important to stress for me at least is that yes, absolutely, investment in clean tech and clean transition is part of a Green New Deal. But actually a Green New Deal has to be conceived of as more than green Keynesianism. It's not just about pump priming, about pushing money through an existing economy and hoping for the best in that transition. It's actually about building a new economy, one that's democratic and sustainable by design. So this requires a much deeper institutional reconstruction, a much deeper common project to build a post-carbon civilization that's anchored in very different logics, very different institutions, very different sort of forms of purpose and value to the one we have today. So I think the Green New Deal is not just green Keynesianism, although that's an element of it. It's about a much deeper dual movement towards democratization and decarbonisation. So what can that sort of tangibly mean? And I think, again, it varies place to place. It varies in the particularities of local context, political traditions, histories, form, class composition in different areas. But nonetheless, I think there are some areas where we can begin to see, well, what would be the core planks of a Green New Deal? And then once we know that, we can begin to assess, well, how can we win that? So I think some of the sort of key planks of a Green New Deal, over and above this huge ramping up of public investment to drive a sort of clean energy transition, I think there are a number of key planks. There's this radical reshaping of the logics that organize work and to what ends. So it's about centering the work of care, of nurture, of sort of maintenance and sustenance of life, both human but also non-human life, as central to the purpose of a Green New Deal based economy. And that's through an industrial strategy which takes things like care in its broader sense, the everyday economy, as seriously as we take sort of high-tech firms, cutting-edge engineering. So it's about a sort of deep repurposing the economy towards care, towards the nurture of everyday life. It's about the rewiring of finance and investment. I mentioned the Bank of England. Clearly, sort of structurally, there's almost a death drive now within our financial system. And unless we can repurpose, extend public control, democratize decision-making within pensions, within asset management, scale up a new architecture of finance that actually invests in decarbonisation and ways of creating wealth that is shared in common, then I think it's impossible to get us off this sort of, the future we're hurtling towards. So I think taking on the bastions of finance is vital. I think it's about a politics of technology and a political economy of technology that's much more skeptical about some sort of utopian claims from your Silicon Valleyites, but also recognizes that technology is intimately related to the rearrangement of material and a place that is going to be fundamental to the Green Deal. So having a much sharper critique around how do we democratize the use, development and application of technologies. And it's about the expansion, the deep expansion of decarbonized communal luxury. So it's about the expansion of sort of sites of play, of leisure, of activity. It's about expanding free time. It's about having sort of universal basic services in terms of decommodified, electric transport, around sort of huge expansion of sort of really retrofitted low carbon housing stock that's spacious and beautifully designed and affordable for ordinary people. So it's about this deep reconfiguration towards justice, equality and sort of purpose in both social and ecological reproduction. So I think, I think the sort of obvious retort to that would say, well, that sounds nice, Matthew, great. I'm glad Commonwealth's doing some of that work. I'm glad loads of other activists and organizations are doing great work to sort of paint a picture of the institutions and the policies. But I think the key point in some ways is the crisis, or our intertwined crisis more appropriately, is not primarily one of technical challenges, of economic challenges, of resource challenges. It is primarily a political challenge. It's a challenge about who has power and how can we get it to affect change. We know broadly the policies to do change. We need to know how we can do it, how we can win power, how can this be done. So I want to end, because I think really if we can't articulate that vision of politics and of power that can wrest our future from the sort of death drive we're towards, we can never really enact a truly transformative Green New Deal. But I want to end really with sort of three potential avenues of exploration for activists, for movements, for organizers, for thinkers, really wherever. But I think that can be sort of key for trying to sort of move us forwards in this position of huge potential change, but also sort of actual sort of, politically very volatile moment. So I think the first thing would be to contest the common sense. So I think what we really need to stress is that in the sort of face this existential and mounting crisis, the true extremists are not those who propose radical but necessarily ambitious change. The true extremists are those who are content to tinker, or worse, with a status quo, which is driving us deeper into unsustainable ecological, environmental, and social deficit. So really we need to contest on all terrains, in culture, in our institutions, in our workplaces, the sort of common sense of our era, and build a new politics through that of solidarity, of equity, of mutual voice. So I think that's about, organizing, it's about articulating new ideas, it's about sort of building up our own sort of media, social spaces, sort of workplace organizing to extend and deepen this alternative common sense that stresses actually radical change is the safest path forward. The second, I think, is to better prefigure this transformative change that the Green New Deal can deliver. So certainly in the UK, one of the sort of critiques of the Labour Party in particular in the run-up to the December election was, well, the Green Industrial Revolution, the Green New Deal sounds great, but I don't really believe it. And in many ways that makes sense because neoliberalism, one of its key driving dynamics is the sort of the insulation, the economy from politics, it's the deadening of the idea that collective action can transform for the better our sort of shared lives and a sort of common democratic project. So it makes sense that people are skeptical. And I think the best way to address that is to have one, two, many Green New Deals from neighborhoods to cities to towns up to nation states and beyond that can show in here and now, even before you win federal power or nation state power, whatever it might be, show here and now how you can scale up, livable neighborhoods, how you can reclaim the city from the car and make it a place of public luxury and sort of green spaciousness, how you can scale up public sort of energy companies that are zero carbon, how you can sort of recenter care at the heart of local economies. And I think there's huge potential there. We saw in France recently a wave of municipal elections with sort of green and socialist candidates winning power, so that there can be laboratories of experiment in France, and sort of the socialists have surged in sort of cities in the US, in places like London, where lots of, sort of councils are doing really interesting things. So I think we need to prefigure that change to come as critical to advance in the Green New Deal. And then the third thing to end on, I think, is exactly this, the key challenge in many ways, is how do we make the Green New Deal central to global solidarity, central to global justice? And by that, I certainly don't mean we sort of, from the global north, impose the sort of Green New Deal on the global south, and that it's, there's one way of doing it, and then we take a very sort of obviously sort of anchored in a sort of Western political tradition, the New Deal tradition, et cetera, and try and impose that. But what I do mean, and certainly for those, of us living in the global north, is how do we sort of build a Green New Deal that is global in its sort of orientation and works to sort of dismantle the inequalities of racialized global capitalism. And so that can be everything through thinking through policies for a Green New Deal that would broaden out the mechanisms and capabilities of ordinary people across the world to build a sort of green and just local-based economy. So that's about rethinking intellectual property, it's about technology transfers, it's about new forms of financing. But it's also about thinking about how does the Green New Deal get into those institutions of global capitalism like the IMF, like the World Bank, like sort of institutions like the EU, and really begin to rethink these economic and sort of geopolitical actors so that the sort of global solidarity is not just an afterthought to the Green New Deal, but actually fundamental to its purpose. So I think those are just three areas, I think, just to sort of touch upon, because I think the key challenge in some ways for me is that the politics of the Green New Deal, the challenge of it is that we kind of know what we need to do. There's a compelling moral, ethical, and political urgency to do it. But we need to think through how do we win power, how do we contest the terrain of politics that currently is against us and against a sort of habitable planet. And I think three ways to do that is to contest the common sense, to prefigure the change to come, and to think and embed seriously global solidarity into the articulation of Green New Deals at place-based levels and beyond. So on that note, I'll stop for now.
Matthew, thanks a lot. I really like this, your call to look at the how, and I think this is extremely important to be clear about what do we want to achieve, the desires, the goals, the visions, but we also need the practice, the practical steps that lead us there. And actually one of my favorite concepts that inspires me to do my work is actually by the Marxist philosopher Ernst Bloch. He calls that concrete utopias. So it's that process when a utopia stops being that castle in the sky thing towards becoming, something embedded in the present, and that takes the possibilities of the present forward. So, yeah, I fully agree that the how is absolutely important. Thanks.
I mean, just on that, and I'm not quite sure the format, but I mean, I think the other Marxist that comes to mind with that is obviously Eric Olin-Wright's sort of Real Utopias, and about the fact that actually, even in sort of the world we live in, there are sort of spaces that we can radically expand out and build out practice and institution building that can prefigure and actually articulate a different sort of life world in the here and now. So I think, you know, we shouldn't be pessimistic despite it being a time for pessimism in many ways.
Exactly, yeah. Thanks, Matt. Our next speaker, I think, builds perfectly onto what we have heard in the first two talks. Pavel Vagan, he is the co-founder and coordinator of the campaign Green New Deal for Europe. That's a campaign that started within the Democracy in Europe movement, progressive movement that wants to democratize or replace the European Union with a democratic institution. Yeah, and Pavel will tell us about what the Green New Deal for Europe entails and how it relates to power. Good to have you here, Pavel. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. As was just said, we founded the Green New Deal for Europe campaign around May last year, really in an attempt to articulate a vision of a just transition that both met the scale of the challenge, deepened European democracy, and left no one behind in the transition, all in a way that could be implemented within the EU's treaty and institutional architecture, could be implemented starting tomorrow. But over the past year, it's become really clear to me that the European Union can't and won't be the vehicle that turns such a vision into reality. Our present political moment is unbearably bleak. 1 in 10 Europeans lives in energy poverty. In 2010, 116 million Europeans, 1 in 5, were at risk of poverty or social exclusion. And the European Union's 2020 strategy plans to reduce that number to 90 million. This is one of the wealthiest economic blocs in history that has an explicit policy of keeping 90 million Europeans in poverty while overseeing rising levels of homelessness across the continent and the erosion of the whole post-war social democratic order, with the invitation of international corporations and the support for international corporations that continually reinvent more precarious forms of labor and, in fact, plunder states for profit. Then the coronavirus came and exposed really deep fractures in the European Union. Just a few days ago, the Netherlands, a tax haven that has been siphoning huge amounts of wealth from other EU member states to fund its own generous welfare system, was among a number of countries that forced billions of euros in cuts to healthcare, to climate, and to research as a condition of supporting the coronavirus relief package. Now, on one hand, this is suicidal because the storms of reaction are already brewing across Europe, and it's this failure to show solidarity to other countries in a time of need is likely to accelerate them. But it's also genocidal. Europe is continually failing to account for its historical legacy of ecological devastation and economic extraction around the global south that has killed, is killing, and will certainly kill millions of people in the future. There's no reason to mince words here. This is what's happening. And within Europe, the system of liberal electoralism that we have has failed again and again to deliver any meaningful change. Most political parties in every European country are engaged in narrow technocratic debates rather than meaningful ideological contest. And as a result, democracy is in retreat. And I'm not talking about Hungary and Poland, the Kaczynskis and the Orbáns, because they're symptoms. I'm talking about the very foundation of European technocracy, defined so succinctly by former German Finance Minister Wolfgang Schäuble, who elections should not be allowed to determine economic policy. And then we're surprised that European politics turns rightward. Then, of course, there's the climate and environmental crisis. Our planet now is around 1 degree Celsius warmer than it was before the Industrial Revolution. At current rates of warming, the latest climate models, which emerged a couple of months ago, point to the fact that we're headed towards a 5 degrees Celsius world by the end of the century. And at 5 degrees, or in about 80 years, this expanded up to Poland. In fact, most of Europe will be uninhabitable, as will large parts of Africa, South America, most of North America, and most of Asia to the south of Siberia. And of course, long before then, we'll have run out of food and water as our voracious economic system decimates animal and insect populations, destroys topsoil, poisons the oceans, and depletes water aquifers. Flowing from that, we've seen a massive humanitarian crisis. So in 2011, 1 million Syrian refugees came into Europe, following a civil war that was inflamed by an unprecedented drought. We know this to be true now. And Europe's response has turned the Mediterranean into a graveyard. And European leaders are now paying millions of euros to African countries to keep migrants and refugees in illegal detention in concentration camps as far away as possible from Europe's shores. And by 2050, the United Nations estimates that we will see 200 million refugees fleeing unbearable heat, drought, famine, flood, and climate-related war. That's the entire population of the world at the height of the Roman Empire, forced to move because of the climate, because of the changing climate. And so how will Europe welcome these newcomers if our response is already moving dangerously close towards fascism today? And against this bleak backdrop, the European Green Deal, which is a major exercise in greenwashing that borrows the language and the rhetorical promise of the just transition, but strips it entirely of its substance. It is, in fact, a radical scheme of wealth transfer. It takes money from the public sphere and siphons it into the private sphere with a financing model that socializes the risk of private investment while privatizing all of the gains. This is happening in an era of finance-led growth, in an area of financialization, which has been shown to aggravate inequalities, to exacerbate climate and environmental destruction, and to undermine the ability of democracies to hold economic actors to account, with some firms becoming too big to fail, or, as in the case of Europe's Energy Charter Treaty, having the rights to sue countries to punish them through private arbitration for legislative changes that hurt their profits. This is not good enough in an era of climate catastrophe. So in talking about the climate, it's not enough to talk about policy. It's not about good ideas. It's not just about science, as large parts of the climate movement insist. Climate change is the product of political decisions and economic power, and the just transition requires us to confront those structures in power in our political economy that have ensured, as leading climate scientists said about a month ago, that the most likely outcome of climate change now is an end to the human experiment, an end to human civilization. And as long as we're contesting the terrain of reform, rather than engaging in deep political and ideological struggle, we'll not change course. And so the question is, what can we do? Well, first, I think we need to move beyond the gestural politics of climate protest towards disruptive industrial action. Because for all their immense symbolic value, we need to own up to a really hard truth. Politicians don't care that kids don't go to schools on a Friday. If they did, Germany wouldn't have opened a new coal plant a year after 2.5% of its population went into the streets to protest climate inaction. The European Parliament wouldn't have voted through a 27 billion euro investment in fossil fuel infrastructure, while member states were contesting a 7.5 billion euro just transition fund to be spent over a 7-year period. The climate movement will fail unless it becomes a genuine threat to the established order. And it can do so, it can become that threat by engaging with organized labor, by pushing for a sustained general strike across the continent that grinds the European economy to a halt and makes the kind of statement that politicians listen to. But beyond becoming a threat to the established order, we need to advance from a mode of reform towards a mode of invention, building up structures of mutual aid and solidarity, plugging gaps left by the surrender of the state to private corporations, which have become painfully visible during the coronavirus crisis, and convening people's assemblies to chart the path forward. And I'm not talking about the kinds of assemblies that are already being co-opted today with parliamentarians inviting them to share their findings or narrowly constraining the remit of what they can do. I am talking about the structures, the kinds of structures that can become sovereign, that inaugurate a new kind of politics, a democracy that's far deeper and far more inclusive than the electoralism we frankly treat as sacred today, and a kind of politics that gives people agency over their lives and their futures, and that ultimately replaces the political parties and parliamentary systems of today. These are fundamentally revolutionary aspirations. But I think that as we enter what could be the last years in which we can change course, in what could be the final decades of human civilization, there's really never been a more urgent time to completely and fundamentally reimagine and rebuild the world from the ground up, because the system we have is clearly not fit for purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavel. Not fit for purpose. What was really a striking aspect in your talk now at the end was, it's not enough to simply say we need to do politics, but it's important to change the way how we do politics and invent and fight for new institutions, new forms of organizing collective power. We will come back to that later in the discussion, which is like often a main driver of, in a way, social movements, to reinvent how to deal with power or how to challenge power. And let's look in the discussion after that, how this can be done in Europe. Okay, now we switch a little our perspective on the Green New Deal. We heard now three people who are very engaged in politics, in movements, thinking about political visions, building power. And the other two speakers that we will hear now, they also have to deal with power and in a way with politics in a field that is often said that it's not political. Within science, we hear two sustainability researchers that I personally know very well and like a lot. The first of these two is Oliver Parodi. He's actually here in Karlsruhe, where we are now at the ZKM. He's a local sustainability visionary, I would say. Especially, Oliver, since you are researching ways how everyday life can become more sustainable, and you have a lot of experience in projects that directly involve people and local authorities, some companies, in trying out new forms of sustainable living, in a way making a sustainable life visible in small forms, in small prototypes in a way, and to learn from that and to continue the change from there on. But today, actually, your talk is also very grand. You don't want to talk about everyday life projects, but about our whole worldview. I'm very curious about that. Let's hear it, Oliver.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, hello everybody, and it's a pleasure for me to be here and meet you at the Beyond Festival. And I want to share some slides. I hope I'm able to do so. So, are you with me?
Yes.
Okay. So there are only 10 minutes. I start now and come immediately to the point. Heading to a sustainable future, a Green New Deal of whatever kind is not enough. It is a step in the right direction, a leap, one might say, but a leap which fell short. In the long run, we don't need a restart of a new green industrial society, but we have to overcome the concept of industrial society itself. To get back to the concept of a Green New Deal from a philosophical perspective, the point is you can't deal You can't make a deal for a sustainable future. Maybe you can deal with the devil, like Goethe's Faust shows, but not with a sustainable end. Why not? The idea of readjusting our industrial society and also the figure of a deal are implying the worldview, the values, the beliefs and attitudes that led us in the actual global crisis and status of non-sustainability. Against the background, against the background of human history, we have to overcome and transcend this worldview and come to a categorically new understanding of the world and being in the world. So maybe I switch the title of my speech. Maybe it's more about the worldview beyond a Green New Deal. So we have to have a closer look at worldviews. Okay, for the next 8 minutes, I'll take you on a journey through the history of worldviews and the evolution of human consciousness during the last 50,000 years, in the hope that you'll recognize dealing is not the solution. I want to base my reflections on philosophical typology of human world relations and the respective evolution of human consciousness Ernst Oldemeyer, Martin Buber, Jean Gebser, and others worked out. Within this typology, the basic human relation to the surrounding world is classified into different types of relation according to the personal pronouns I, you, he, she, it. In general, having a closer look at different human world relations enables a deeper understanding of both the present non-sustainable human beings and acting, and second, the transition to a sustainable and sustainable future and humanity. Now have a quick look at the first type. In prehistoric times, there's no distinction between human and the world. Human being is in a magical, mystical unity with the world. The human I is at one with the world I. For lack of distance, there's no concept of an outer world or of human being itself. At this state, there's no reflection, no self-consciousness, no human being itself or individual. The second type. As a next step in human history, thousands of years later, an I-you consciousness and relationship arises. Throughout all hunter-gatherers, tribal cultures, early civilizations, up to the pre-Socratic philosophy, the world is a close and dialogic counterpart, a you, to the human being. The human being perceives itself as different from nature, from the world around him. Although it seems itself as a separate being, it is in a very close relationship with the surrounding world. Humans live in a holistic world of close and direct relations to neighbors, animals, plants, or landscapes. Humans are embedded in the family of alive and animated nature. Since about 2000 years, the world became more and more distant, detached, object and opposite, a third person to human being. We enter the age of the I-it relationship. The human being is now perceived as outside to the natural union of beings. It is no longer a participant, but discovers nature, the world around it, as something exterior, something it is facing. The human is separated and in position of principal opposition. In consequence, human being is constituted as an extra-natural instance, as a recognizing subject, and as such removed from the nature union of beings. Human relationship to the world as a distant opposition can turn out very differently. In the subtype of an I-it relation, I-human, it, world, the world is reduced to an object of one-way observation, treatment, use, and exploitation. This is the basis of our modern global worldview, of our self-conception our thinking and rationality, subject and object, and also of our industrial societies. This I-it is very important because it brings us in a powerful position, separated, distanced, and able to get systematic knowledge about the world. The human being becomes more and more power to control the world. Knowledge becomes power. And from now on, we can deal with the world. The rapid rise of man and the scientific and technological revolution, in the sense of rapid evolution, in particular of the last 500 years, is consequence and expression of a progressive I-it relation. However, this movement cuts us, as human beings, off from the world. We gain control and power, but for the price of detachment, disaffection, and alienation. It is this enormously detached and disaffected power that brings humankind to material wealth, on the one hand, but on the other, to the destruction of our basis of life. It is the global I-it relation that leads humanity to the multiple ecological and social crises we are facing today. That means I-it as a global paradigm is at its end. And coming back to the idea of the Green New Deal, it is the figure of an I-it relation that builds the basis of a Green New Deal. To deal means, first, you need a dealing partner, a distant opposite, a person, somebody who is not you can deal to, for example, by playing cards or making a contract. Second, you need something to deal with, an object, an article, a price, a commodity you can hand over to your deal partner. And you have to possess this object. You have to have total control over the object. So regarding the typology, we can summarize by now quickly. Human consciousness of and relatedness to the world have changed and somehow evolved over time. And what is important too, these types do not supersede each other by wiping out and replacing the old one completely with the new, but rather in a process of overlapping, overlaying, and reshaping. So you find traces of layers of them in our nowadays theories, institutions, worldviews, but also in personal attitudes, habits, and mental structures. To overcome and maybe survive the global crisis, we have to shift the human paradigm of an I-it relation and have to step further on. Establishing a future culture of sustainability needs and means a new step in human history, leaving the I-it world behind and transit to an I-we relation. But what is this I-we relation about? Since the 19th century, silently a fourth type of human world relation emerges, a categorical shift towards the plural, we. The world is no longer a oneness, also not a counterpart or a remote third party, but the encompassing whole. Worldviews and scientific theories like Goethe's philosophy, ecology or system theory, as well as Far East philosophies contribute to overcome the human world of position and to constitute a holistic understanding of the world. The human being experiences this all-embracing world as an observer and participant from an inside perspective. The human being knows and experiences it embedded in this whole. Human, as a participant, will never be able to capture the world as a whole, but only ever catch sight from its respective position, prospectively. What is crucial? The I-we relation includes all previous types in a process of addition and integration. I-we subsumes the I, I-you, and I-it relation, the oneness, the close relatedness, and the distinction from and reflection on the world. One special aspect of the I-we relation is the shift from the singular to the plural. That means two things. First, entering a new dimension. The IV relation is categorically different to the former relation archetypes, the next level, so to say. Second, a return, a revolution to the first person, to a kind of unity and identity. The I is part of the we, but this next level unity is not the unconscious singularity of the I relation. It is a whole of different parts, of individuals and different relations, tangible, recognizable, and reflexive. It is a unity of multiplicity. All is one. Even if we are not knowing exactly by now how this IV relation can be realized and lived globally, we can recognize how sustainable development will fail. First, remaining in an I-it paradigm. The still dominating I-it relation is deeply inscribed in our political, economic, and technical systems. There are strong and culturally dominant forces keeping the I-it paradigm alive that impede sustainability transformation or try to cut the idea of sustainable development down to an I-it relationship and reduce sustainability only to a matter of resource and purpose, of rearranging our dealing with the world a bit. For example, in the course of a Green New Deal. But this still means looking at Earth only as a place and research and resource made and available for us as humans. Not to step forward, trying to implement sustainable development within the still dominant I-it relation must fail. But trying to establish sustainability by shifting back to an IU or an II relation, like romantic or esoteric approaches sometimes do, must fail too. There's no way back down the ladder of consciousness. That would be dangerous and reactionary. In fact, the global we is the horizon of sustainable development. Living in a we world as interbeings changes our human way of being and acting totally. An IV culture of sustainability means a new quality of life and being human. The step to a culturally implemented IV relation is a huge step in history of mankind. The sustainability revolution or great transformation will not only change political, economic and societal systems fundamentally, but also the way of being human. This step might be as revolutionary as the Industrial Revolution or the Neolithic turn from hunter-gatherers to agriculture. And similarly unpredictable. The transformation to sustainability means a big adventure, a departure into the unknown. So what can we do? We have to experiment, to try out and practice. Practice thinking, feeling, acting, being in an IV manner, and to reflect on this. And understanding us as part of the game, we do not only have to have a look at the world outside, but need a closer look at ourselves too. But that's another story. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you for kind of so profoundly challenging our worldview, Oliver. Yeah, there's so much I'd like to continue talking, but yeah, you raised a big challenge also for the idea of, design. Design, I guess, is very much related in this I-it relation that you described. Let's discuss about this later, what this means for our everyday life and enacting a transformation. The next speaker is also a designer, in a way, a civilization designer. Stephanie is a professor of socio-informatics, and she's one of the pioneers to think sustainability as a key problem for digital technology, and in a way, not only in this, how can digital technology change our mobility system and help us have smart mobility or something like that, but actually she addresses digital systems as challenges to a sustainable life and economy, and she designs methods and concepts to make digital technologies themselves more sustainable. She has also co-authored the Karlskrona Manifesto for Sustainability Design, which is directed towards the software engineering community. So I'm very curious, Stephanie, about your talk now, bringing together two major transformations going on, digitalization and sustainability. Hi.
Hi. Thank you very much for having me here, and that I could listen to all these interesting talks before. Yes, my name is Stephanie Beetz, and I'm part of the Karlskrona Alliance for Sustainability Design, and we wrote a manifesto. You will have, I will shortly also talk about this. Today, you see a couple of other photos there on the slides. These are the group I was working on this topic, transforming our world through software. Are the UN Sustainable Development Goals enough? And let me start with, I'm not into technical solutionism, of course not, but I do believe, as Christoph stated it, that software systems have an effect on sustainability. So, but let me begin with the SDGs, right? They are important. They focusing on the transformation of our world towards sustainability. However, SDGs do not focus on software systems, right? They don't really talk about it. If you look deeply, you can find.
Stephanie, just a second. Could you?
Yes.
Yes, the microphone a little closer.
So I keep it.
This
in
is
the
much
hand.
better. Okay.
Sorry. Thanks. So the SDGs, they do not focus on software systems. We can find relations if we have a deep look, but they do not focus on it. But software systems, and if I talk about software systems, I talk about procurement systems, cyber physical systems, e-cars, have been talked. We heard a talk about them before. So software system, that's a really it includes a lot of different systems, but they are, as we all know, an integral part of modern societies. And if you even look around, I mean, without software systems, we wouldn't have this festival today. And they have an effect on sustainability, and not only energy consumption, CO2 emissions, and the use of scarce resources, but also on the way we communicate, how trust develops within societies, in the end, on democracy, on business models. So they have, a very large effect on us as a society, on the individual sustainability, privacy, health, all these kinds of things. But the point is, and the problem, that people, and especially software engineers, if you talk to them, and we did an interview study, they do not relate software systems and sustainability. And with this also not to SDGs. What they do relate is software explicitly built for supporting an SDG. For example, smart energy systems, right? Or education software supporting quality education. That also relates to the SDG quality education. But software has an impact independent of the goal of the software. Like I said, think about a procurement system. Depending how the parts that can be bought and need to be integrated within the company, if it's the cheapest one is displayed first, it has a different impact on if it's the one with the lowest CO2 emissions. As we all know, even the Google search page rank has an impact on sustainability, on the social sustainability. And the thing is that the people who are building that software, they are not aware of this connection. So that's the first step. We need to raise awareness that there is an impact, and within the software engineering community. And the second thing is also to then after having raised awareness, we need tools to be able to identify potential sustainability effects of those systems, so that in the end, they can take on a responsibility, make informed decision, and support the operationalization of the 70s SDGs. And so what to do? I mean, I think we're going to talk about that later on again. And I'm really looking forward to this discussion. And as an engineer, I have put here develop methods and tools to raise awareness, create anticipation, analyze potential sustainability effects, better understand how software choices can contribute to the SDGs. But also as teachers, we need to adapt curricula, especially in the engineering disciplines, to think about sustainability and the connections to the software engineering. We need to establish standards to think about the codes of ethics. But of course, also, I put it on the slide, redesign maybe in the end the civilizations, or it's also politics that are important. But what I put first, I think I like that saying, basically establish sustainability as a first-class citizen in any software project, independent of the goal, any software project, and may it be the smallest one, because anything, has an impact. I mean, even a database, nowadays there was the investigation, and they realized that most of the updates in databases, they consume more energy than the older version. So what did we do? The Karlskrona crowd, we wrote a manifesto. So manifesto is not only written in social sciences, but also in engineering disciplines. So that was the first step we made to really show. We wanted to show the software engineers that they have to take on a responsibility for the effects of their software systems, and not only short term, not about direct effects. The direct effects are the effects that are made by producing the software and using it, but also enabling effects and long-term effects, that they understand that it's a difficult problem, that it's a wicked problem, and then there are dependencies between different effects. So, and of course, that software plays a particular central role in sustainability. So this was the first step. It's still on there. You're very happy to have a look and sign it. But then we thought, okay, we need more. So we started to develop methods. And one method was the SUSAF, the Sustainability Awareness Framework, which has guidelines and questions, and examples, and a visualization tool. And the idea is that this framework helps software engineers when they develop their software in the design phase, to understand and identify and discuss possible effects on the sustainability of their software they're going to build. And this is, it's also a first step, because we realized, okay, like I said before, when they start to be aware, they also need to, that there is a connection, that software has an effect. They need tools to understand what could be possible effects, to then think about chains of effects, so that, that something has a positive effect, for example, on the environmental dimension, but has a negative effect on the personal dimension. If, for example, you think back to the procurement system right now, basically CO2 products with a low CO2 emission are preferred and displayed, and the user, and this has a positive effect on the environment. And on the other hand, the user might not be happy, because he cannot really choose now what product is he looking for. Maybe he was used to looking for a different kind of products and not listed after the CO2 emissions, and he wants to have other choices. So on the individual level, the freedom for the choices might be minimized. This might have a negative effect. So maybe, this is something you can take into account when designing the software. And as a next step, what we did basically, I started with the SDGs. So we were looking into, okay, now we looked into the possible effects on the sustainability of the software. And then we looked, okay, now how does these effects have an impact on the SDGs? Where's the connection to the SDGs? And not only the obvious ones. For example, you have this software that is on quality education, helping university teachers to teach better, to have smoother processes, which has a positive effect on the SDG of quality education, and maybe also reduced inequalities. And but then the software has a negative effect on responsible consumption and production. There's a pushback. So and this we can find out with the SUSAF and the linking to the SDGs. So the idea is really to enabling software engineers to push towards the SDGs. So it was a short glimpse into what we are doing. So it's a much more, let's say, it's an engineering kind of an approach. And I think, we need all the angles. We need to come together and find ways. But for us and for me personally, it really needed a better integration of the SDGs into software engineering, and not only think about, this is the goal of the software, so how is this related to the SDGs? No, thinking about possible long-term effects and how this is related to the SDGs, to develop method and tools to understand that, and in the end, to have sustainability as a first-class citizen in software engineering. And with this run, I'm done. Thank you very much. We are really happy to collaborate. Contact us under sustainabilitydesign.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Brilliant. And as you said, software engineering takes place within economic and political systems. So I clearly see how what you are working on addresses in a way the narrow meaning of designing a technical system, but also the wider meaning. How do we change the context in which such systems are developed, and how do we include sustainability as a requirement in that? And looking at the time, oh my God, we already learned redesigning civilization cannot be done in 60 minutes. It took us a little longer, but I have this feeling in my gut that in a way my heart and my stomach in a way widened, because we talked about so many aspects about our current civilization and how it might change or should change in the future. So I'm looking forward to our discussion. Since we only have 35 minutes left, and we want to have a dialogue, and there will maybe be questions from our audience posted via social media. We're also happy to include them here. The mode that I propose to us is I start with my 5 questions to each of you, and then we just have this easygoing discussion, and you can also react and respond, and Ludger might chip in, or let's see. I'm very excited about the next half hour. And also I see Thea is live now. Great. Hello, Thea. Welcome you to our round, and thanks again for your talk. And Thea, I have my first question to you. You raised the issue of supply chain justice as a key goal to make, in a way, a more just global economic system. And I'm wondering that, the globalized supply chain is a key element in neoliberal capitalism. And now you address this key element by adding the element of justice to that. And in a way, what does it do with neoliberal global capitalism? Would justice make it a little less bad? Or would it do something else? Or more generally, what would you say? What is the relationship of Green New Deal and capitalism?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. That's a big question to start with. I guess that let me just preface a little bit what motivates my concern for supply chain justice. And some of this will pick up on things that I said in the talk, but it might be useful to repeat them here. So I'm going to kind of start with two brief touchstones. One is that we know that currently, in order to produce the technologies that we need to address climate change, they will be produced using materials extracted from around the world and manufactured in production sites around the world. Of course, the sort of shape and contour and breadth of those supply chains could change over time, but right now they are transnational in scope. And I don't foresee that changing within the timeline that we need to address climate change, right? So of course, in the future or even in the medium term, we could change the global organization of where technology is produced and also where raw materials are extracted. But in the very near term, we need to take action, to address a crisis of carbon emissions. So in the very near term, electrification of transit and of other sectors will take place using technologies that are produced transnationally, if not globally. So that's one thing that I wanted to say, just to frame that. And the second thing, I think important thing to keep in mind is that, your question about supply chains, just supply chains, and then the way supply chains are organized under global capitalism is getting very complex at this particular moment. I'm sure you're all aware, since it's covered in the newspapers and in political discourse every day, that elites around the world, economic elites and political elites, are starting to talk a lot more about deglobalization or reshoring or onshoring. These are all synonyms basically, but the idea of making supply chains more local or more regional or more national, right? So in the case of the EU, it's a regional scale project, whereas in the case of, when elites in the US talk about this, it's a national scale project. So, it depends on where in the world you are, what the scale is. But elites, because of, right now, because of COVID and the economic lockdowns and concerns about things like medical supplies, these conversations have come to the fore. But honestly, prior to COVID, it was really the trade wars between the US and China that sort of made salient the global structure of supply chains and caused elites to say, well, maybe we should be less global. And this is a very weird proposition in a sense, vis-a-vis your question. And now I'm actually coming to your question, which is, it's unusual, in the context of the past few decades, at least, to hear economic elites say that production should be less global. Because the sort of prevailing wisdom of neoclassical economics that informs sort of neoliberal policymaking is that production and also resource extraction should occur wherever it is cheapest, wherever there's a comparative advantage in terms of resource endowments, wherever labor is cheapest, wherever environmental regulation is less strong, and that results in, from their perspective, the most efficient supply chains that generate the most profit, but also produce goods quickly and meet consumer demand quickly. So it's been strange for me to observe that even prior to COVID, and especially interestingly in the realms of green technology and of the critical minerals that create those technologies, elites were wanting to exert some more national or regional control over supply chains and sort of scale them down. But what this was really about at the heart of it was reducing quote unquote dependency on China. So the reason I wanted to lay out those two touchstones, that on the one hand, for the very near term at least, we have this transnational supply chain to produce the green technologies we need to combat climate change. And on the other hand, conservative, what I would call conservative, we call them neoliberal, whatever you want to say, elites are sort of, at least rhetorically, taking a turn against the globalization of supply chains, puts the left in an unusual position. I mean, I don't want to be agreeing with the EU Commission that we should regional, that's a weird place to be, or with Boris Johnson or with Trump, for that matter, with a lot of these figures around the world with slightly different ideologies but are saying we need to deglobalize supply chains and reduce our dependency on China. So how does the left respond to that? And my response is that, instead of emphasizing deglobalization, though there might be cases where it makes sense, I'm not against deglobalization, but anyhow, as opposed to sort of fetishizing or attaching ourselves to a particular scale, to assuming that local is better or national or regional is better, to rather think about the justice question and the democracy question and the ecosystem question and the indigenous rights and labor rights question. So for me, what's important, sort of the question posed by supply chain justice is that it's not about just about the scale in the abstract, but rather about how workers, ecosystems, indigenous peoples, communities are treated and involved democratically in the production of the green technologies that we all deserve equitable access to. And I sort of reposes the question in a way that I think is fruitful. I think, for me, internationalism and some sense of global interdependency and interconnectedness is a key pillar of leftism, for me. There are obviously leftists that don't have that vision, but for me it is. So I think the question is what form that interdependency takes and whether or not we can use policy paradigms like the Green New Deal or coming out of Latin America, like the Pacto Ecosocial that's been developed by Argentinian scholars, but now has wide support among movements in the region, or the Green New Deal for Europe or other things you've discussed today, whether those policy paradigms can start working towards remaking the organization of supply chains through trade and industrial policy to emphasize justice and equitable access rather than profit efficiency or like national control in a sort of nationalist way. So I'll just pause there because I know I've said a lot, but I think those like touchstones are important to frame our response to the question from the left, at least.
Thanks for that. Also for now making it very clear that Green New Deal is also related to certain political traditions and worldviews, Oliver. But my next question is to Matt. Matt, I was kind of devastated in December. The Corbyn project failed electorally. I know that they listened closely to also what Commonwealth have been doing before that. How do you see, you focus on how do we achieve power for a Green New Deal. How do you see the future of Green New Deal politics in the UK? Who is an agent for that?
Well, you've zeroed in on a very good question there. So I think there's a number of things. I think so. There's various routes to building power. I think obviously there's like a parliamentary route in which, as you say, like in December there was a sort of a chance to take a very different approach to the governance of the state and try and transform it from within, and then sort of transform UK society and beyond through control of the state. But that obviously hasn't worked, and I think there's a sort of quite an intense political and ideological sort of struggle going on around the Labour Party in particular, but I think more broadly around well, what next now? Because COVID, Brexit, a whole combination of things that sort of hit into the UK and the UK's political economy. But I think alongside sort of formal politics, there's obviously workplace organising, the role of sort of trade unions, there's civil society, there's international forms of solidarity that can be built up. So for me, I think it is that thing of like continuing to contest while not necessarily sort of conceding through that contestation. Parliamentary politics, engaging with formal political institutions, trying to sort of make the case that a Green New Deal or sort of a suite of policies around that frame is the sort of safest path forward, is the politically safest path forward to actually the next UK election. And there's a caveat there that there may well not be a UK in 5 years' time if the sort of Scottish independence happens in the next few years. But the next UK parliamentary election is in 4 or 5 years' time. The context is going to shift dramatically in that period. The climate crisis will deepen and worsen. So I think it's partly sort of how do we organise in terms of politics, in terms of political pressure, in terms of argumentation to say, well, look, even sort of self-professed moderates, the moderate option in the current climate for sort of national politics in the UK is to have a transformative offer. It's actually much more dangerous, much more extreme, sort of to settle with tinkering, to settle with marginality. And then I think there's sort of, there's just the hard work of building links between and within sort of, organised labour in the UK and then beyond, the hard work of sort of hardwiring, which I think is, already well on its way, but hardwiring ecological, social and sort of economic justice together because they're inseparable, racial justice because it's inseparable, and that hard work within groups within the UK, but then I think with allies and sort of communities beyond the UK. So I think it's in some ways such a sort of interesting but sort of volatile moment politically in the UK because the rubble had barely settled from December and then COVID has erupted. Sort of the exact implications of Brexit are very unclear, and that's a sort of process rather than an event. So it will sort of continue to shift the institutional landscape over time rather than just sort of stopping when we formally leave. So I think in some ways it's basically sort of to continue what was being done, trying to sort of make the common sense argument, trying to build political power inside and outside formal parties, trying to sort of build a broad coalition that can make the radical possible.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Pavel, you addressed the European Union and its technocratic, in a way, power architecture. And now you are the coordinator of a campaign called Green New Deal for Europe, which also in its texts and manifestos addresses the European Union. So do you actually think a Green New Deal can be achieved through the European Union? Or, especially in Europe, where we have a continent of differences, different contexts, different political histories, different problems across the globe, how can we achieve this?
So, thank you. As I mentioned briefly in my talk, I think there is a potential for a radical, just transition to be achieved in Europe, but the European Union is not going to be the vehicle that does it. Why? Structurally, and from the founding of the single market in the 70s, which was a product of a lobbying effort by a group of basically automobile CEOs, with the stated aim of building up European champions that can compete with American and emerging Asian firms. And in fact, if you go even further back, there was a lot of resistance to further integration for many years within the European Union in the 50s and 60s, grounded in the concern that further integration is going to reduce the ability of member states, of individual states, to govern their own economic policy and hand over a lot of that responsibility to an unaccountable and unelected technocracy, which is exactly what happened. And if you look at how the European Union treaty architecture, institutional architecture has been crafted, it is designed to prevent states from spending and to hand over the responsibility for investment and development across pretty much all areas of economic activity to the private sector. And the Green Deal, which is effectively a continuation of the Juncker Plan, the European Fund for Strategic Investments, is no different. It's based on this model where the public purse is used to issue loan guarantees for private sector loans. The private bank, whether it's Goldman Sachs or whether it's a hedge fund like BlackRock, which by the way is now holding the reins on the European Union's financial regulation agenda, makes the investment. If the investment fails, the European budget pays. If the investment succeeds, the profit goes to the private sector. And that's effectively the mechanism of financialization. It's the increasing dominance of private finance in every sector of our economy and indeed our lives. And it has been shown to produce massive inequalities, to produce huge environmental devastation, and so on and so forth. And until we move away from that model, which it seems impossible to do within the European Union as it is today, then we're not going to solve the climate crisis. And so what we advocate for in our report is a deep democratization of finance, a shift from private finance towards public finance. But again, as I talked about in my report, it's not enough for these ideas to be out there. It's not enough to air them. It's not enough to go to the European Commission and meet with Ursula von der Leyen and say, hey, here's a great investment model that you can implement today. If, as a recent report showed, the European Commission is meeting with private sector lobbyists 13 times a week or whatever it was, and paying private consultants and investment banks hundreds of thousands of euros for advice on implementing climate policies, and indeed inviting Exxon and other fossil fuel companies to shape the discourse and the narrative around the just transition. So the European Union has shown itself over and over again to be unwilling and incapable politically to deliver the kind of change that's necessary. And I just don't see the political conditions in any European member state emerging for that kind of transition to be pushed through from the national level as well. So I don't think the European Union is going to do it, and I don't believe that electoral politics can do it. And the only thing that remains is a really powerful grassroots mobilization to push that system aside and put a new one in its place.
Thanks. Okay, Oliver, you challenged the deal idea in Green New Deal. I want to challenge you on the worldview aspect. At the end, you hinted at how such a new worldview could come into being through experimentation, practice, learning, going into the unknown. But I'd like to ask you, who is it that brings this worldview into the world?
Oh, that's the big question, and I don't know if I can find a proper answer to it. Yes, one answer would be it's all of us. I think maybe that's the most important leverage point, let's say, to change the worldviews. It's about us to be more sensible how we are acting and how my own worldview, what is it about? How treat I the world around me, the environment, the people around me? Is it in a I you, or is it in a I it manner? So it's it's about us, how to implement this new worldview. Another answer might be there are some in history. There always were some people who influenced the history in a big and in a great way. Look at the philosophers sometimes, or the founder of the religions. So maybe there are some persons who have more, who can influence the society in a way. But I think that's not the way this will happen. It's really up to us to change the things. And let me add that I'm not against the Green New Deal, but that's not the end of the story. We have to be aware of this worldviews we are transporting, we are implementing in our tradition, I don't know, to tradition, habits and attitudes, and within our doings, and even within our theories. So that's my point. I'm not against the Green New Deal, but that's not the end. And be careful what you are doing with this, implementing it.
Thanks, Oliver. Stephanie, I'm kind of a big question mark in my head is, we have been aware that digitalization is the major technological change that we are currently experiencing. And not only for 2 years, we've been aware of that for decades now. What is it about the worldview in software engineering that sustainability is still a niche or often not present? Why wasn't this link made before?
Good question. I think that software engineers and software designers,
don't see
Stephanie, your
themselves
mic, please.
as designers of,
Stephanie, sorry,
of
the mic a little
Again,
closer. Yeah.
again, sorry. I think that software engineers and software designers do not see themselves, as as designers of the system and its surrounding, not as designers of the socio-technical systems. The boundaries of the system they design are very narrow, and they don't think about the impacts, right? They don't have this impact view. They just have, I'm designing the best possible tool that but it's a tool, and they think about the boundaries of the tool and not about the social technical system they actually, the actual tool is then working in. And this is part, I think, and that's to close the cycle. I think there a lot of impact is possible with the education and the change of the curricula. There was I had an interesting discussion basically with someone who was coming from the social science, and he was entering computer science and studying computer science. And the idea was at the beginning that he wanted to have a powerful tool to actually transform the world. And 2 years after entering the studies, he was basically talking about, algorithm and machine learning techniques. And of course, the point is, this to some extent, this is needed because you're not able to understand it if you don't dig deep into it. And you need to understand, you need to master these techniques, but there needs to be more. And I think, the whole understanding of the discipline, computer science or specifically software engineering, needs to be changed. There we need a radical change in their understanding and see their responsibility. And it's not teach. No, this is the only thing that currently basically is happening, or it starts to happen, that, it's a little bit this greenwashing idea that pops out every now and then. And interestingly, for example, it's in life sciences, they have a different view. They understand that there is an impact, but not in technology science. And I think that's a way to tackle this, is really go into the curricula. And yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Also here, your call for systems change in a way. Okay, great. I see we have roughly 11, 12 minutes left. And yeah, what about you? Do you want to react to each other? Do you have questions to each other? Okay, now I can see you on the screen and can also see if someone is raising their hand. Pavel, yes?
I might respond to a question you raised earlier about the relationship of the Green New Deal with capitalism, because I think it's a really important one. And the place to start here is that the Green New Deal is a deeply mimetic concept, right? People from the left to the right project their own politics onto it. But if you take the idea itself and its kind of historical lineage to Roosevelt's New Deal, then in its conception, it's not a very radical program. I mean, I know the US loves to kind of valorize Roosevelt and his program, but the two things to note about the New Deal are that, first of all, it wasn't just Roosevelt's work. It wasn't the work of a technocracy that produced a series of effective policies. It was the work of militant labor unions who fought to push some of the more radical elements into the agenda in a time of really deep crisis. And the second thing is that the outcome of that, which is effectively a social democratic model, first of all, what it did is it flattened the divide between capital owners and workers instead of eliminating it, which is a fundamentally unsustainable situation, and that began to unravel in the 70s and continues to unravel today. And the second thing to say about it is that it was still built on the plunder of the global south. It had no components that, it had no focus on global justice. And so if we're talking about the New Deal today, the original New Deal was kind of a life raft for capitalism. And I think in our view, and this is the policy program that we put together, the Green New Deal has to be a kind of Trojan horse for socialism. And it has to, as Theo was saying, be internationalist at its core, because a Green New Deal that leaves unanswered the question of global justice, that leaves unanswered the question of neo-imperialist plunder of countries across the global south, isn't going to achieve the kind of change that's necessary on a global scale. And to me, a kind of green capitalism that's based on the plunder of resources and exploitation of workers across the vast majority of the world is an unacceptable political program.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Pavel. We have a question from our social media coming here to Oliver. The question is, Oliver, do we have the time to switch what we do? Do we have the time to switch our worldview? And now that the environmental constraints are getting felt increasingly, can it also not be the case that people switch back to a II worldview, or to an older worldview kind of? And yeah, how? Yeah, the question continues with what would be next step to lower those environmental constraints in a way to give us more time to change our worldview. Okay, so that's the second part is very big. That's what the whole session is about. What about the first part? Some people going back to older worldviews?
Yeah, of course, we can see it in politics all around the world. I think this looking for authorities and for leaders. That's a rollback in worldviews as well. It's and I think it's caused by fears. The world is complex and there are so many crises, and the people are looking for somebody who is leading them to a better future. So that is happening today, that we are slipping back to older worldviews, let's say. Have we got the time to take this step to a next level of worldviews, to this we world? I don't know. I can't answer it. But I think without this stepping out of this common modern paradigm of using the world, of being detached from the world, we will not face a future of. We will not face a proper future of humanity. I think there's no way back, and I don't know exactly how this future will look like. But we have to start. We have to get up and heading for this new future. That's important, I think, and have trust in us and in what else whatever you want to, and leave for the unknown. So that's the only way I think we have a chance to live in a sustainable future, in a real sustainable future. That does not mean that we have to skip all our technologies and our knowledge. All our technology and all our knowledge is based on this all our common and our scientific knowledge is based on this I-it relationship, and it's very useful too. So we please do not skip it and look for something else, something very different, something totally different. Just put it in the right position. We can use the world around us, but that's not the overall aim. It's not the overall worldview. We have to put this using the world in the right position and saying, yes, let's have technology, but use it in an attitude of being part of the world and being brothers and sisters to all humankind and to the nature as well. So so that's the story, and not skipping it for something totally new. But I think what will come next, we are not able to have a, we're not able to think of it. So we have to try and go further.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Stephanie, you raised your hand.
Yeah, sorry again, Oliver. I have a question to you. It's the world years, but is it are we not constantly changing between different worldviews, and are we not like it's they're overlapping, right? I mean, within a personality and within different situations, we kind of like switching back and forward. What I'm curious is how do we bring it to surface in what world we currently are, not only personnel, but for example thinking about software engineers and the questions we had before, why they're not aware. I think it would be a good step to make them aware of this is the current world do you have, and you might change your world where then things appear differently. So how can not the changing, first the surfacing, which is there tools? How can we do that? Can you support this?
One tool might be courage. No, you're right. This other older worldviews, like this oneness and I relationship and the IU relationship, they are we know them all. The IU relation, treating your beloved in the families, your brothers and sisters. So that's an IU relationship. We are aware of it, and even this this oneness, this unconscious, is we know it somewhere in experiencing experiencing nature probably, and having this feeling of oneness, to be one with the nature, or in sexuality. Maybe you know this this unconscious oneness as well. You can get aware of it. How bring we this new one, this IV thing to the surface? I think it's the more power you have in this time, the more power you have, the more you have to show this I-it relationship in politics. As leaders, normally you operate in this I-it manner. So so it takes courage to bring the other layers of being in the world to your work, and to your leadership. Maybe you're a leader of a group or something like that. So not taking this I-it relation, or not showing this I-it relation as the one only possible way, is one step to bring a new worldview into society. So maybe that's a step in the right direction. I'm not sure if I have a proper answer to your question, but maybe it helps.
Okay, I just got the sign that we need to switch to the art presentation that will follow our discussion now in this session. But I have one last question to you all, and please answer in one sentence each. What gives you hope? Thea.
I guess what gives me hope is just the past few months of, not few months, but month, I guess, of uprisings in the US have been very inspiring. That was, the break, kind of the first thing that really broke quarantine was mass collective uprising against police brutality. That's also inspired a lot of other kind of radical politics and actions. That, and the fact that the Democratic Socialists of America, the largest socialist organization in the US, of which I'm a member. Lots of our candidates for office at various levels of government have been elected, and all of the candidates that we ran in New York for the state legislature won. So we have socialists winning office, and a lot of people were in the streets very recently demanding systemic change, and both of those are hopeful for me.
Thanks. Matt, what gives you hope?
That's taken a very good answer there, because I think even obviously the Black Lives Matter movement has been in the UK too, and that's obviously been, I think, a huge source of hope. I mean, I think I'm not that pessimistic. No, I think I think in a sense that like the conversation, even if it's not changed the scale that's needed, has, in part due to COVID, begun to change radically. So like, even if it's just sort of rhetorical window dressing, there's a commitment to a green recovery, there's a commitment to transformative action in response to COVID. Now, how that, politics will shape whether that comes true or not, but I think the window of opportunity has substantially opened, whether that's the scale that Biden's talking about, whether what's going to happen in terms of the European sort of recovery funds, et cetera, et cetera. So I think there is hope there, and which on I actually have to very really shoot, because I've actually got a meeting with government officials now. So but thank you very much for organising, and great to be with everyone.
Yeah, thanks for being here and being a part of this, Matt. Pavel, hope for you.
Yeah, I think I don't have much to add to what Thea was saying. Other than that, I think that Black Lives Matter is also our most powerful climate movement, because unlike large parts of the broader climate movement, it centers questions of justice and human dignity in its demands. And those, I think, you're not going to have justice in a burning planet. And by being explicitly political and radical and centering this question of justice, I think that movement stands the biggest chance of achieving the kind of deep systemic transformation that we need.
Yeah. Very briefly, Oliver, what gives you hope? And then Stephanie.
Okay, looking and seeing all these young people at the Fridays for Future movement, that gives me hope. Getting in contact and in a deep exchange with friends and people, and knowing that we as human beings have the potential for a sustainable future. It's possible. So that's my hope.
Okay, Stephanie.
Yeah, a little bit same here. Humans. I mean, we managed to get us on a very depressing, deep, dark, steep down path. But I think we also have the capability to change that path. And we are all hope. And I think humans are hopeful, per definition.
Great. I have the feeling that this conversation with you was a very significant step on that path. I feel very honored and inspired that you all linked in to our session. Thank you very much. We need to move on to the art presentation. Okay, and feel free to look to that as well. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah. Thank you, Christoph. Thank you all to the panelists. I just want to mention that this future design platform we have established for the reason of Corona for the festival will be open for the whole year, and we will use that for more discussions, and not only when the festival is, but all over the year for discussions, for lectures, for watching film and art, to have workshops. And also we wanted to amplify it, that groups around the world can work together on specific projects, and we already started to integrate this artificial intelligence who makes live translation to make international communication easier. The next thing is I want to mention also that we have this Beyond platform. There are two parts. This is the film festival and the symposium at 5, we will be back here with some discussions about climate, about activism, about political issues, and we have on the platform 50 films which you can watch over the next, I think, 2 or 3 weeks. They are available on this platform, and there is a short amount of money we need if you want to watch all the films. It's 1990, and you can go there on the www.beyond-filmfestival.com, and we cannot stream them for free because, of course, there are producers and distributors of those films, and they want to keep that in a confined space. Now we come to the art presentation. I will show you a work of Lily Hibbert, and then she will be online and will explain what you have seen. Lily Hibbert is an interdisciplinary artist working on the politics of marginalized memory and a representation of time across scientific and social fields. She is known equally for her practice as an artist, researcher, and writer, and is founding editor of the biannual art writing publications On magazine. She has realized 45 collaborative projects and solo exhibitions for major art galleries, museums, and festivals across Australia, Asia, and Europe since 2001. She is a postdoctoral researcher at L'Arca University of Paris and adjunct lecturer at UNSV in Sydney. So we will see the artwork of Lily, and then she will be here online and will discuss with you this artwork. And later, I hope we will have him also online, Wang Zizhang, or Richard Wang, a famous new media artist of China, specialized in digital new media art. His project aimed to explore the balance of science, technology, art, and humanity, revealing rationality and sensibility. He uses new media art to extend public space, enhances visual display, improve interactive experience, and enrich the possibility of stage performance. He is Associated Professor and Deputy Director of the Department of Information, Arts and Design, and the Director of the Institute for New Media and Performing Art. So we watch the work of Lily. It's about around 8 minutes, and then we will have Lily here live with us. Hello, Lily. Good to see you.
You too. Well, Ludger, I can't see you. I can see you well beyond, but I'm sure you're there. Would you like me to begin?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you have just seen was in fact only 3 minutes long. It wasn't so long as expected. And it's a work directly derived from data that I collected some years, in fact, ago, back in 2016. And to just talk a little bit about the evolution of this piece, which is in fact a culmination of a lot of strands of thought and research and experimentation over the years. Beginning back in 2007, I was already experimenting with ice as a kind of medium, one that in a way conveys both time but also loss. And at this point, I was thinking very much about our ties, emotional ties to not only climate change, but to change itself. Through a philosophical lens, but also through an experimental lens, and one through the laws of physics. So, in fact, I have a few slides. I'm not sure if I'm able to do that, to do slide share. Is that okay, Ludger?
Okay, aber irgendjemand muss schauen, ob Richard auftaucht im Chat oder nicht. Ne?
I think you'll see now anyway that I have some slides. So just to show you a few images of the background to this work. So in 2009, I actually created this sculpture out of ice, and it's 250 liters or 250 kilograms of ice installed in an exhibition. And so in this way, ice is a material that conveys the duality of time. It both has something generative, but also something that dissolves. And so this first sculpture you see here, it was installed in a gallery with what you see in the background is a large, what they call profile light, but it's a kind of theatre light. And that was on a system that was triggered off by the presence of people in the room. And so once the light turned on, it in fact started to erode the ice through the radiation of the light through the center of its core. So in a sense, this is a kind of prototype, not that I was realizing I would do more work still around this theme in years to come. So in this same exhibition was a painting, which you see here, which is I think about 1.20 meters wide and 80 centimeters high. So it's a reasonably large painting made of photoluminescent pigments and oil paints. And the image you see here, the symbol is of what's called a triangle, which is the symbol for delta and time. And this is an important factor in what I'm about to explain in terms of displacement. So all during this whole period, of course, since 2009, ice has become, a motive. We're part of our consciousness in a sense of not only climate change or the climate crisis we're facing, but a way that, in a sense, has transformed our way of thinking about the planet, and not just thinking about the planet in terms of, impacts on regions. We don't only say, well, when there's sort of polar melting or glacial melting, that it affects just that region. We now understand that it affects the whole planet. And so we see the whole planet more completely, in a sense. And I think that's a collective thing. And it's a bit like, this first image of the first photograph taken of the Earth rising above the moon, that it is an object that we had never seen from that perspective. And this is seared into our minds. I'm not sure how long I've got to talk, but I've got about another sort of 5 or 6 minutes, if I can continue. So from here in 2012, I'd actually made a trip already to Paris, and you may know this, all of you, this famous object created by Léon Foucault in 1861, first demonstrated at the Panthéon in Paris. And it was the first demonstration, again, like seeing the Earth rise above the moon, of seeing how we, in fact, the Earth rotates, and that we are pretty much stuck in it, and so this pendulum is a free swinging object, and what you see is the Earth rotating underneath your pendulum actually doesn't move at all. It just swings back and forward, but doesn't turn. So eventually, after some years after having seen this object, which astounded me as it still does, 150 years later, most people, after its creation, that these two things came together in some way, that somehow an object that emulates the Earth as a whole could also be a really kind of powerful demonstration of time change and the climate crisis altogether. So this is a really impromptu. This is not like a scientific experiment in any way. It's an installation, an art project kind of performance, and it was eventually commissioned for the Nuit Blanche Festival in Paris in 2013. You can see it here installed over the Canal Saint-Martin. It's not a real Foucault pendulum. It requires a lot more. In fact, it requires a situation that doesn't work outside at all. So it's a kind of demonstration of the idea. And then in 2016, I was invited by two Japanese artists in Tokyo who wanted to actually fabricate the ice pendulum for themselves. So I sent them instructions and they created one, which is actually really lovely. They set me thinking, well, you know, I'd already understood that there were impacts not only on the Earth as a, you know, the change and the shift of water on the planet, global mean sea rise and all these effects, but that these were having another added impact on time, the way in which we experience time on the Earth. So in 2012, I was doing a little bit of research and I was talking to physicists and they were saying, yes, this is an unknown effect already, because when you have the moon pulls the tides, and this actually drags on the precession of the Earth. So this was something that people knew. However, there was not a large amount of data. But by the time 2016 came along, there were data sets, public data sets coming out. And you can see here on this slide on the right, I'm not sure which side you're looking at, but on my right, there's the set of data, which actually took me quite a long time to locate a data set that I could correlate global mean sea rise against what they call delta time. And delta time is this gap between what's called universal time and terrestrial time, so time we sense on the Earth. When we look at the sun, we think it's midday because it's straight above us, but in fact, the speed of the rotation of the Earth varies a lot. So way time is determined on our clocks today is actually on the basis of, you know, the stars, where we are in the universe. So and atomic clocks and of course all these things. But there's a gap all the time, and it's an always increasing gap. And this is, in fact, since you're been the case. So once I'd actually discovered in 2016 that because of the ultrametric satellites, there was a vast amount of data coming in, and this data was starting to become into scientific papers that I could resource, you know, as an artist. And so what does an artist do? They think, well, how can I translate this into some other, it's not just sets of numbers, albeit they're interesting. So after some research, I realized, well, there's ways to translate the MIDI file into a sound score, into an actual sonification. So this was the next step. And you'll see here that this is a graph. The first process was to actually put it into a software called MATLAB. And then you can see the more smooth line is actually delta time. And this jagged line is the fluctuations in global mean sea rise, which is seasonal. There are seasonal effects on the way that the sea levels are rising. But what you can see between 1990, I think it was 3, was the first period in which the satellites were collecting this data. So that's really the beginning where we have a comprehensive data set around these shifting parameters, up to the point in which I created this work in 2016, that there is a strong correlation between the two. So the sound you hear in this work, you know, it was very raw to begin, and it was just like a series of blips. You could hear, in fact, once it was sonified, you could hear very clearly that there was this tack, tack, tack connection between these two sets of data. But as you have heard in the work itself, in fact, it's been translated into something more poetic, and again, another level of perception when we hear it played on a piano. And at the time I thought, well, maybe someone might play it, pick up this score and play it on the piano. Since then, I've actually been told by a couple of concert pianists who will be working on this piece for the Biennale of Sydney, that technically it's actually quite dry to play. And so they're quite interested in actually translating it yet again in a musicological way. So just to finish this discussion, this presentation. What do I think about all this today? These images actually came from those original blocks of ice, by the way, that were melting in 2009 in the exhibition. Well, I think that one of the amazing things that is happening is that the global perception, like these kind of quite radical events where we suddenly see the Earth, like Foucault's pendulum, the moment in which the photograph was released of the Earth as a whole rising above the horizon of the moon, that we collectively, we're able to have a collective reimagining of our place in the universe, but also how we are subject to change, to time. We don't control the planet. We are, it is a gift that we can live on it. And this transformation, I think, one of the wonderful things about art is that, we can see those images, we can perceive them, we can grasp them. So that's the end of my presentation for today. Thank you all. Thank you, Ludger. Thank you, Güzel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Lily.
Yes.
I hope next year we will see you again here in presence.
I hope so too. There's nothing better than your company and all of your company, the family of
we
Beyond.
miss you guys all. We are really kind of talking to monitors now since 2 days, and I really miss the company. So hope to see you soon again.
Thank you.
So I will just tell you that the film festival talks will start at 5 p.m. and there will start talks with directors from the different movies we have on our platform. At 6 p.m. there will be some group panels on activism. On 7 p.m. panels on the lung of the earth, the whole conflict in the Amazonian rainforest and other rainforests. And at 9 p.m. we will have Grupo Sal. If you can switch the cameras, you will see that we are already prepared for a Latin American salsa band. They are a political Latin American sextet. They used their music since years to transport especially messages from indigenous people from all over Latin America, but mainly in the last years from the Amazonian rainforest. The moderation of these panels and the evening will be by Annabelle Mandeng, and I will show you now 3 clips from Richard Wang's work, and then we will have a break, and I hope I see you back at 5 p.m. for the film festival. Bye-bye.